Don't go shooting all the dogs, cause one of them got fleas. Don't just listen to these songs and think that you got grease. They just lyrics, I be venting to this mic, it's therapy. You could leave, but the mother gods is whack, they not me. Godspeed, sweetie, living out my dreams. I don't need a genie. Pops did Madonna shows, music in my blood, it was destined for me. Way before I even fucking seen a CD. Cross the wrong line, you gon' need a treaty. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. And through passion I get stronger. Long days working on getting better, but they only get longer. Getting there is half the battle, staying there is much harder. I've been flying out to islands so remote we must charter. Been a pro for 10 years, trying to go another 10. Going hard like Vince Carter. Leave something for my son and my daughter in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind. Yeah, you know that I'll always fight for what is mine. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind.
Yeah. Leave it for my little ones, my real ones. For people trying to feel some. For all the bridges burned along the way and how we still run and still swim. Even though we underwater, never hit the kill switch and overcome like everything we deal with. I still feel there's more for me to do until I call it quits. Everything I do is for the ones I love and miss. Take some time, water flowers till they grow and split. Then take the seeds, plant them back and you control the ship. Navigating through the eye of the storm. Lived through the lows, got me higher in form. Soldier soul, now you got buyer's remorse. I stay composed when them bloodsuckers hit me with a tireless swarm. I've been down, but never finished. Been bound to higher limits. Walking past up in the thinnest. Almost lost myself within it. All the roads that end the quickest means you didn't take it farther. I gotta go harder in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind. Yeah, you know that I'll always fight for what is mine. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind.
Don't go shooting all the dogs, cause one of them got fleas. Don't just listen to these songs and think that you got grease. They just lyrics, I be venting to this mic, it's therapy. You could leave, but the other guys is whack, they not me. Godspeed, sweetie, living out my dreams. I don't need a genie. Pops did Madonna shows, music in my blood, it was destined for me. Way before I even fucking seen a CD. Cross the wrong line, you gon' need a treaty. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. And through passion I get stronger. Long days working on getting better, but they only get longer. Getting there is half the battle, staying there is much harder. I've been flying out to islands so remote we must charter. Been a pro for 10 years, trying to go another 10. Going hard like Vince Carter. Leave something for my son and my daughter in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind. Yeah, you know that I'll always fight for what is mine. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind.
Yeah. Leave it for my little ones, my real ones. For people trying to feel some. For all the bridges burned along the way and how we still run and still swim. Even though we underwater, never hit the kill switch and overcome like everything we deal with. I still feel there's more for me to do until I call it quits. Everything I do is for the ones I love and miss. Take some time, water flowers till they grow and split. Then take the seeds, plant them back and you control the ship. Navigating through the eye of the storm. Lived through the lows, got me higher in form. Soldier soul, now you got buyer's remorse. I stay composed when them bloodsuckers hit me with a tireless swarm. I've been down, but never finished. Been bound to higher limits. Walking past up in the thinnest. Almost lost myself within it. All the roads that end the quickest means you didn't take it farther. I gotta go harder in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right.
I always forget to push that button. What is going on, kids? Hopefully you guys can all hear me. I don't know if I'm loud enough. Tippy was up here walking around on the board a little bit earlier. Welcome to an Insomniacs Sit and Spin yet again. As we toil away the evening hours on the East Coast and kind of settle in for the evening on the West Coast. And then across the pond where we got some of our brothers and sisters, they're just starting to get woken up and go to work. Marco, what is happening, my man? Knife Nut 69 channel member, what is up? I probably should go down to the beginning and see if y'all can hear me. Everybody hear me okay? Everybody hear me? Yep. Chris 229 channel member, what's going on, buddy? Lee Wolf, good to see you, my friend. We've got an unboxing here that is courtesy of Brother Lee. Sent some stuff in for me to check out. We've got my brother from another mother, Paul Mills. All three of them channel members. Good to see you guys. Got Stephen Clayton in the house. I said, hey to Knife Nut. What's going on again, buddy? And then we got Brother Ed Harrison. What is up, Fed? Good to see you, my man, and a channel member. Rolf, what is going on, buddy? Yeah, I'm kind of in the mood to not keep y'all up late, but stay late as long as y'all want to stay late. Because I took several naps today. It was kind of out of character, but I won't get into that yet. I've got plenty of time to absolutely ramble. Autumn Wind, what is going on? And we got Rody 7420 in the house. Dr. Drew Dude is in the house. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I think I have hit everybody. I got Marco early, and he might come in and come out. Let me get down and try to stay caught up. That's going to be my goal tonight, is to stay caught up, that you guys can chat and give y'all some inside information. Kind of stoked. I had a conversation today with a young man by the name of Tag, who does What Is Up? Edgy, you can set the topic, you can join and lead the topic. But I was just saying that I was on the phone this afternoon with a young guy named Tag, and Tag is the marketing wing of Axial Knives, and he is going to be a guest Friday night for Friday Night Flicks, and he's got some really interesting, I think, topics to talk about. He did tell me to field any specific questions that you guys have about Axial, their fixed blades, their out the fronts. But he even gave me some insight into, I don't know if y'all remember the struggles that they kind of went through. Was it late last year where they kind of mysteriously were, for lack of a better term, bullied off the shelves of certain stores? He can get into that a little bit, and he thought, he talked to me a good bit about what that did to the business, as you can only imagine, because they are a small business out in Dallas, making and sourcing everything they can here in the States, which, if I understand, it's 100% of what they're using, because they're not using carbon fiber or things that they can get. Kyle Coonley, what is up, brother? I hope you're feeling better, man. I know you were feeling a little bit puny on Friday night. But did I send you a message, or did I just think it? Because I've left my buddy A to Z a message, because I'm getting ready to send you the A100 one way or another. It's either going to come with a ADV Ronin Integral Tonto that still has a little bit of burr where somebody tried to sharpen the front of it, or sharpen it. Eagle Scout EDC, welcome. Good to see you, man. We are just sitting and spinning and talking knives and talking lives and just hanging out. What we do on Tuesday nights here. Palmer Conley, young man, what is going on? Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. I hope you guys' week is going fantastically well, or at least going well. Neil McKenzie, channel member, good to see you, buddy. And Roman N is in the house. Roman, I just missed you. I said N and I meant M, but I'm kind of a hair lip. And we've got brother Joe Isabella in the house. I'm going to lean over. Which way? Whoops, went the wrong way. GFW2, what is going on with you? Welcome all you guys. But I'm going to lean over and see if you can see that artwork that Burnt Relic sent me, and it's in a piece of I'll have to find out exactly what the which wood it's in, but it is absolutely amazing. And he's a buddy of ours who's been in the chat for years, but he is now Burnt Relic and has a website, getting started with doing art pieces, memorial pieces. He did say that animals are real tough. He doesn't really do animals, and I guess that's kind of true. He says they never capture the essence of what the owner's tried to capture. But I wasn't expecting that. And if I get it closer, the light will bounce off of it. But it's absolutely amazing what he's able to do. It is roadie, but what I'm curious about and what I talked to Tag about is what singled them out from a lot of the other OTF companies, right, that are here in the States. And my thoughts are that since they were a small company that was offering them at a lower price point than said bigger business was, they kind of strong-armed them out. I feel like they were threatened by them in a small way. But I mean, if you look at it, the capacity is not even close. So again, he wasn't going to talk about it unless it was brought up, because they kind of went away. He said that took a lot out of everything that they were doing in terms of marketing. They put back into what they were doing internally and processes and building. And I'll let him talk about it. That's kind of when they came out with the fixed blade, which I think, to me, I like better than the out the front. I've got it in there somewhere, but I just saw a post on the gram that I'll share with you guys if I can get to it, where they are having a drop, I think Friday, of full DLC Alpines, which are the fixed blades, which I just saw the Instagram post and it looked really cool. They just had one sticking in a tree. Let me find it. Not parts from China. Yeah, Rhodey, and that's some questions I want y'all to ask. But he's telling me that it's all being made here, and he said they're one of the few that does all of it here. And there's in Dallas. He's going to actually be live. He's going to set up his laptop in the shop. I don't know if he'll have the capacity to walk around. I'm going to talk to him again before the live, but let me find this post from today. It's in my story, but I don't know how to get to my story. Let me just search Axel. And I'll be the first to tell you, I've never been an out the front guy until I got my first EMP EDC. And then I've picked up the Neptune from Max Ace because it was so inexpensive, and I picked up a MagnaCut shift because they sent me one, and I really do like it. I carry it quite a bit because the clip works well, but that is their fixed blade. They do it in three blade shapes. The one I've got is the Warncliffe. Let me find it. Because it's kind of hard to tell how big it is there. But it is. Here's my Shaman. So it's about 2 inches. Two inches shorter than the Shaman. And a little MagnaCut knife. This one happens to have titanium handles on it. They make it with micarta handles, which I would prefer because it would be lighter. But it's just a really comfortable knife. They make it in a Warncliffe, a Tonto, and the drop point, which was on the post. And I think an all black DLC looks really cool. Mayor Salt, what's going on, channel member and brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. We have got this box to open here in just a little while. And I'm going to do that without doxing, because I'd planned on taping up our names, and I didn't do it. See, to me, and I wasn't that vested, and I'm still not, but I can remember, I think the way I heard about it was somebody in the community or somebody I knew was in that part of the country and went into Smoky Mountain Knife Works of all places. Y'all might remember, I think they made a video about it, and was looking for the Axial. And we're told it was Justin. It was Justin OCD for EDC who broke that story. Was told that they had taken them out. Paul Mills got his buckhorn in the mail today and got a free, I can't pronounce that, in sprinkles. So Law, all right, so Paul, buckhorn, give me a little more information so I can pull it up. Buckhorn knife. I'm not familiar. Remember, I've been unemployed, not in the knife buying group. So if it doesn't come across for me too, all right, here we go. Blade HQ. Ooh. Is this it, Paul? Let me share the screen. Does it look like that beautiful bastard? Or is that a different knife? Carbon buckhorn. Is that the name? Let's go back and. Oh yeah, Lee, I know. I got the little fast pack in there. Dude, that's a pretty knife. Flipper. It looks, you know what it looks like to me? It looks not like it in terms of when I say it looks like something, keep in mind, I'm not a designer, so I'm just saying it gives me vibes that reflect a Shira Goroff, but it's got thumb studs that are also the blade stop. I've never heard of these guys before, but that's why I love doing live streams with you guys. And Brother Paul Mills always keeps me up to speed, as all of you do, with knives that I'm not even aware of being around. So let's see. 35 camera. Ken Onion. Okay, yeah. This is okay. I've heard about that. Designed by Ken, produced by Wright. Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations, buddy. Do you like it? Kathleen Smith. Good evening, young lady. So, Paul, is it as good as it looks? I mean, it looks like it would be super smooth. That's awesome that she did that. I'm really a fan of hers. I don't watch a lot of her content, but I met her at the last two Blade shows, and she is very humble. She is very approachable and engaging in just a very pleasant way. Cool, Paul. It's a beautiful knife. Is it PM2 size or is it smaller? It looks like it'd be a full-size knife. But yeah, if y'all aren't subscribed to Melissa Backwoods, she's the first knife streamer that I'm aware of, or knife tuber, that's crossed 1 million. And she's totally legit in terms of not just a pretty face that's able to market knives. She did the survival show Naked and Afraid, I think several times. And like when I say several times, came back for like all-star editions, because if I'm not mistaken, she has won several. But I'm just gonna, for S&Gs, I'm gonna throw her link in the chat, just because she's a nice person. She knows her stuff. Mersal, there's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of truth to that. But of all the people that are out there that are pretty and promoting knives, Melissa is the real deal. I mean, she is, you can go watch her survival show. It's all on YouTube. I mean, you can find Scotching Things is Naked and Afraid right now. But that's a show, guys, I would not last 5 minutes on it. I would freaking bail. But, you know, hats off to her. I think she's working what she's got, but she doesn't come across to me as using those assets in a very blatant way. She's using more, I think, the credibility that she's kind of earned in terms of being a badass survival chick. Scott, your video today was great, by the way, and I hate that I missed that. I need to go back and find it. I don't know if y'all have seen Scotch's. He does these little. Let's pull it up. He'll probably give me a copyright strike too. That's why I try not to share stuff on YouTube. Because the last few lives, I've spent a good bit of time editing out stuff. My buddy Bo Jackson, that I used to cheer for, my college alumni buddy. Well, it was ABC. But Scotch and Things joins us usually on Friday nights when he's not working. Let's go to leave it here. But this video right here, he does these knife thoughts videos. He does other videos too. Really cool unboxings with knives that I've never seen before. Really, really cool knives. He just got in one of Donnie's knives. But evidently there was a live stream that I wasn't aware of that Scavs did where he had Greg Medford, Ernest Emerson, and a couple of other guys Scotch mentioned. And they talked about stuff, you know. Really good content. I mean, all these knife thoughts are good content. My favorite still last year or the year before when he was driving around lamenting over the thousands and thousands, well, tens of thousands of dollars worth of knives he had bought for the year. So yeah, I know y'all are all probably already subbed to Scotch, but good content there. Go hook a brother up and definitely watch that video. It's really good. What's up, Todd Carr? When did you sneak in here, buddy? I see people saying hi to you, but I don't see you. Good evening, man. Hey, I did an unboxing today on a knife that came in for me to try out, and I can try it out gently unless I decide to buy it, because I'm sending it back. But if y'all remember, I had Andrew and David. David was the maker. Andrew was the designer of this little lucky dog, ranch dog. On Friday Night Flicks, I want to say 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, made this little knife. And David Mary, the maker, is located in Canada. So he makes all of his knives in Canada with a little help of a laser jet. He does get them cut out, but everything else he does by hand. Well, I want to say his name is Jason. Jason over at a store that I was not even aware of. They're an online store because he has a full-time job. New River Knife Works wanted to design what he considered the perfect EDC knife. He's an older gentleman and he does a lot of pruning in his yard. He cuts vegetables out of the garden, does some foraging and stuff like that. And he designed, or came up with David's help, this little River Hawk. I haven't even mounted it to an Ulti-Clip yet, which I think is how I'm going to carry it. But this is the River Hawk. And the River Hawk is a little 7-inch knife with a very gentle hawksbill, or hawksbill blade. And I asked him about this because before he sent it, he was explaining to me that when you look at it, it's got very, very little, if any, secondary bevel. And I asked him, I said, well, how do you keep something like that sharp? I've always been scared of hawkbills, with a 1-inch stone. He was like, John, I've never used a stone on my hawkbills, and I carry them quite a bit. He uses a ceramic rod and just keeps them maintained and says, really, that's the trick. But it's I always get dyslexic, ABL steel, and it's got his mark on it, maker's mark, and then David's maker's mark on it. So that side of the blade's a little bit busy, but you've got jimping in 2 places. One, from what I've gathered when I did the unboxings for your thumb, and it's really sharp, not sharp like cut you, but sharp like grab on. And the other jimping is up here for your finger when you're using it like that, from what I can tell. And then these handles, I don't know why I just got laggy there, but these handles are, I'm gonna have to get up and get my notes. No, I'm not. These handles are, Shane probably knows what this is. It's called Sure Touch, which I'm thinking Sure Touch is a paper or some type of micarta type. It looks like it's layered. So if you could see this, if my camera was any good, if I was a professional YouTuber like others in the community, you could see that they're vertical lines where it looks like this has been pressed under heavy pressure. But 7-inch knife, super, super slicey. And I would imagine for cutting, if you were doing any game cleaning or, like you said, pruning back roses or cutting vegetables, just a really neat knife. And these guys, he's got several of them in AEBL, and they're 155. And then he's got one or two with the wooden handle in MagnaCut that is, I think, 200. Let's look. Let me share his site with you real quick. It's a little bigger than I thought it would be. So tell me if y'all can see that. Let me look. All right. And I'll share the link here in a second. It's in the video that I put up today, but the Riverhawk is a collaboration between New River Knife Works and David Mary, blah, blah, blah. Is a knife user. Yeah, it talks about what he was looking for here. And this is the little one that's zebra wood and MagnaCut at 6263 HRC, and it's 260. It's a good deal more, and I'm assuming that's probably the zebra wood. But then all of these in AEBL are 155, so that's 3/32 thick. And this one's 0.140 thick. But they're like, the one I've got that he let me borrow is Hawk number 21. This is the one that I have in for review. And this one has got carbon fiber, and it looks like it has red liners. It's a little more at 180, but the majority of them are 155. But just a really cool knife, and I've never been even considered getting a Hawk bill because of my fear of sharpening it. But if you can sharpen it, he says he's got one of those Spyderco Sharp Master systems, but he just uses one rod to keep it sharp. So what do y'all think of that little knife? I'm not exactly sure how it's going to drop in the pocket. I think what I'm going to do is mount a discreet carry clip that I've got and mount it kind of high so it sits deeper in my pocket. But David, just go to his site again. The two knives that I've seen from him have been little, but he also makes big, like all these guys that are knife makers, they make big knives and little knives. So David, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. So that looks like a bigger knife there. That's a knife he made. Micarta. Something there in the middle. But he makes some neat blades, and he was a really nice guy on Friday Night Flicks. That's got an interesting shape. Looks like it's the one I like. And see, that's like a big machete, a big chopper. I hope y'all are seeing this, because I'll show you the one real quickly that I thought was super neat, because I'm a little fixed blade guy, as y'all know. That looks like a pretty cool design. That's not the one I'm talking about, but So see, he makes some wild big shit too. I like that little guy right there. That might be the one. Let me go to the picture, the yellow one that, no, this one's different. I love this little knife. And I think it would be very, very comfortable in hand and put the blade at a very interesting angle. It's a small little guy. It's called the Bitty Bitey Baby Birdie. And I'm thinking it's 5 inches. But see how it angles that blade down? I just really think his stuff is interesting. And I would have never known about him, just like a lot of knife makers, if it had not been for that gentleman, Andrew, reaching out about the Lucky Dog. There's some pretty cool stuff. I mean, look at the swedge on that bad boy. Oh, look at him going ham. But he does get him water jetted. But everything else, if I'm not mistaken, he does by hand. I know he doesn't have any CNC stuff. Very small maker. But I love finding new stuff. Look at that bad boy. Smaller than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, guys, I'll drop him in the chat in case y'all want to check him out, check his stuff out. I don't know which of y'all, if any of you guys were here when he was, when he stopped in with, he was the one that was kind of dark. I get that for those coming into the community, they bombarded with 5 best nights. I saw something very interesting about recycled designs, recycled knives, and I can't remember what it was. Scotch, it was your video. That's what it was. Edgy. He needs to bump into the grinder. Is that what you're saying? I know you're just kidding because you're a hard worker. Even though you're a well-groomed kind of, you've got those traits. Josh 304, welcome, buddy. What is going on? Edgy, have you seen Scott's knife thoughts from today? Very, very good. And it makes me want to go back and watch Scab's video. But when I watched it, I was just kind of like, wow. I have free reign of my soundboard. Knives and Pizza. Is a Norseman better than a Shirogorov? Now, you're going to get a bunch of different opinions, buddy. I think it comes down to personal taste. I have handled several Shiros. I've handled a Norseman only once. To me, that is so subjective to if you like that Norseman design. I don't think you can go wrong. Scotch and Things is in here, and I'll let him chime in because I'm sure he's had both. Well, and Bando, I think it's probably good for the community as a whole. What I think we need is more women embracing the community, not for single dudes, but just because if someone like Melissa, who's legit, who doesn't come across wearing low cut stuff or doing, sexy poses, just really doing knife stuff, always wearing outdoor gear, can bring more people in the community because, with 1 million followers, a lot of that is females. I'm sure she's got a pretty big female following because she's not one of those simp chicks. I agree. Scott says they do both make great knives. Just depends on your style. If I'm not mistaken, Grimsmo's made in Canada, right? And then Shiro, Russia, from Russia with Love. Or I knew, Scott, you had a little confusion there where you weren't sure if they were made 100% in Russia, but I think the Lamia, one of my favorite folders. I think I like the Oz a little bit better. I was able to try one of Lord Needham's Roosevelt's, but this knife is ergonomically, to me, perfect. It's simple in terms of the design. Cuts very, very well. And this is the Friday the 13th Gen 3. So this one came on bearings, but it'll run on washers if you want it to. And this one's crew wear. The good news is, yeah, the build quality, I think, on Norseman, I mean, that ships with a tube of nano oil. Not that that's a big deal, but it's just, it shoots with a adjustment tool, a Weeha adjustment tool. I think it's, if you like the look, if you're not turned off by the look, I would go for a Norseman, because I'm weird about Shiros. My buddy A to Z EDC has several of them, and I've reviewed some. Paul Mills sent me one to review. I'm weird about blade shapes, and I think I prefer, as weird as the Norseman is, something about the Shiro blade shape has never made me want one. I've just never been like, what's up, Bless, Donnie? Dude, I've been just drooling over Scotch's video of his new knife. I saw he had it at dinner last night. Okay, what am I missing in the chat? I thought I was following it, but I'm missing it. Yeah, I went back and watched that. Was that the one that was the lunch one? But if y'all are talking about reviewers, I think I could even when I was really, really early into it, I could tell reviewers that it wasn't that I could trust them, because regardless of what they were saying, they were showing me what I needed to see in the knife. And I'm always weary of the best this, the best that, because that gets recycled over and over and over, right? And I agree that things should get better, but at some point, it's kind of hurt me. But I'm having to do, and they're creative. I'm enjoying them. I don't know if they're any good, but I'm enjoying doing them. I'm not taking just any knife to look at. Scotch, I think it's an absolutely gorgeous knife. And we were Friday night, during Friday Night Flicks, we were going through his page, looking at him holding a knife, like you were talking about, everything's made by hand, but he's just holding the pieces, the scales, the back spacer, the clip, the blade, and they're all laid out, getting ready to get finished up. But they are beautiful. He was talking about they're working up a budget, one that should come in for under $100, which makes me realize that they're, I would focus on that one. That one's supposed to be here in December. But again, I kind of like what Rochambeau and others have done, where they've kind of shifted their focus, And unfortunately, I'm not buying anything now. So I'm trying out the stuff that I do buy from Amazon. It's cheap and it is Chinese, but it's just to check out to see if it's any good, right? And when I say any good, a $21 knife $21 knife like this in 9 CRV or whatever, I don't expect it to be the greatest thing in the world, but it's heavy, it's thick, it's great for opening packages. I haven't tried it in wood yet, chopping on it, but it's interesting. But yeah, I'm thinking more about, I see all the validity, and I want to go watch that interview that Choir Boy did, because listening to Scotch's video, it made me even think about it more. But supporting American, buying American. What's up, King Snake Jake? Welcome, brother. And focusing just on that exclusively, which would take me into a totally different area, but I've got to get a job first, so that's down the road. But there's so much validity to that. But I struggle internally because I know there are a lot of American companies that, for whatever reason, that's disputable, use an offshore Chinese company to do their manufacturing. And so it's not just feeding one side, not the other. So I'm not swearing off imported stuff. I mean, because I do think there's a time and a place for everybody to go where they go in their hobby, right? That's a stabby little knife. But yeah, there was how do I say it? Edgy American. Thanks, buddy. No, well, again, I bought it because you get to a point where even, I mean, my buying habits have changed so radically, but every now and then I'm a junkie just like everybody else. So I'll go search in Amazon for something and see a knife that's interesting. They'll be given away. I think I gave away the only other one I had. No, this one's getting given away Friday, but this was an Amazon knife that I want to say was $22. It's called a Flissa. I cut my first sharpening choil in it with my little rechargeable Dremel. And the only reason it doesn't look like a beaver cheated out is because I used a black Sharpie. But it's a little G10 D2 funky knife, but it was $20. Like somebody a good starter knife. Yeah, I agree. And when I look at, because I don't know from personal experience what and how all that works over there, right? I know that when I look at a CKF Evo, to me it looks like it's worth what the price is, and it's priced more than what I can typically afford had it not been for Carco and him making one available for me. But when you get to that $350, that's always kind of like the norm now. I've bought several knives, and personally, I know that they cost a lot less to make, but when I carry them, let me find a good example. I don't have any imported ones out here. But for example, this God of Mischief. When I carry this, the value, even though the cost to sales ratio might be wonky, the value feels there to me, right? And I don't think a knife like this is, and it's hard to say it's not competing for an American knife because it is, but if you're a knife guy that's buying a lot of different knives, that's a different niche. But I agree. I mean, I wish. No, and I agree. I think a U.S. knife, because again, for 11 years, I worked with a guy that owned a high-end cabinet shop, and we worked out of Arab, Alabama, made everything by hand, bought our screws from a local company, bought all of our hardwood was American, and we were selling stuff very, very at a very high price. And people would question it, but I know what it cost, or not just the cost per hour that we were paying our craftsmen, but all the benefits, all the stuff we paid for OSHA. We had to pay because we did finishing in house where we sprayed different types of cabinet finish, and we'd collect waste, and we'd have Safety Clean, which you guys might be aware of. They're a company that'll go around, they'll dispose of your chemicals for you based on tonnage, weight. But that was over $1,000 a month. So, and I'm sure companies like Medford, Spartan, anybody who's doing annoing is dealing with costs that most people would never even think existed, like hazardous waste disposal. That's a huge chunk because you're dealing with OSHA, you're dealing with regulations. So I get it. But there is also another side to that I do believe, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I know if I could build a knife, if I had those skills, and I should have those skills, right? In a perfect world, I could source the materials and get it done. But if I wanted to make a US knife and I was just a designer, let's say I was somebody like Craig Brown, but I needed somebody to make it for me, right? I think that's a speed bump, a huge hurdle for several people that would like to make knives here. But I think that'll change. I think that there'll be more. Yeah, blessed knives. I was just thinking of other costs that, because Anna, you're right. It's probably not creating. I don't guess they don't have any other type of hazardous. I don't know what their quenches, what stuff like that would be, or if they're even heat treating their blades for that matter. No, dude. Donnie, I love your insight. I love it when you get fucking triggered and you talk about things that bother you because they're usually very important stuff. I won't ignore you, dude. But no, it's interesting, and it's all very, very true. I mean, to run an American manufacturing facility versus running somewhere where you have no regulations, no controls, it's not a level playing field. It's not even fair. Maybe some of that'll change. I don't know, but we can always hope. You're good, dude. That's why you're so entertaining. That's your engagement point. That's what makes people not be able to quit watching. The Donnie crash outs, and they're not even crash outs. Today I'm carrying a cool knife. Y'all might laugh at it, but this is a good little slicer, especially for like, I cut an apple with this today for the possums that's out there, and they haven't come by. It's great for opening cat food, great for shanking somebody. But this is made by a dude by the name of Tyler Denny, and this is his Gen 2. This one's in Crewware, and I've got one of his knives that I bought that's acid wash Gen 1, and the main difference is the plunge line is closer. It comes down to about here on the Gen 1. You still got plenty of place to sharpen it, but he just moved it back, and he made his scales mounted with screws instead of pins. But this is a sweet little cutter, and that's really the only design I think he makes. It's he does it part-time, but it's done very well. I don't know, you can't see the swedge really, but it's got a nice even harpoon swedge. I carry it in a little Oak City leather slip, but it's just a thin little blade. But for opening Amazon packages and bags of cat food, it is a winner. And I carried this Chinese knife. It's interesting, and I've been very, very impressed with it just because it's super slicey. That's a Farrah Monster Glideman or Glideman. They have 3 designs right now. They're a new company, and this one was interesting to me. And they sent it out for me to check out because it was the only one that really interested me design wise. And the blade's a little funky, but it's super thin. And this is a sub $200 knife in titanium and M390. The other 2 they had carbon fiber, stuff like that. They were a little bit more costly. They were over 200, but under 3. Whoops. It's got a nice choil. Interesting little knife. I'm kind of a fan. Does Shane have some? Ooh, I did a review on my small game today, Lee. I love that knife. I found my sheath because I've got one of the Kydex sheaths that I bought from White River. And just absolutely love it. I mean, what do you think about the contoured micarta handles? Doesn't it feel really good in your hand? It's a maneuverable little knife. And I didn't ask you if you got the S35 or the Magna Cut. Mine's S35. Shane, you could do it, dude. I was looking up here because somebody said, "Did Shane almost have an accident?" Got to get better with staying with the chat. Staying with the chat. But yeah, I'm drinking a mocha Starbucks to get started because that's the only flavor they had. And then I was going to merge into my Jet Life, which is just the name of the flavor, which is grape lemonade. It's delicious. It is sweet, Lee. Let's open Lee's box. Let me let's do this. All right, I'm going to open it over here so I don't dox us, and we're going to stick stuff down here. And I'm going to use my little, if I flip this the right way, it's guaranteed not to cut me, my butterfly knife. Haven't cut myself yet. All right, so Lee had a few fixed blades he was willing to let me check out. All right. Close that up. Keep all this stuff to send it back. I didn't send you anything except wrap it up, did I, dude? I'm sorry about that. I should have found the box. You thought it was a little small for you though? Cheeto, what's up? And I sent him this little Rainier fast pack, which is kind of a cool little knife. Little small, kind of like a bird and trout type knife in Elmax. Oh, I'm getting a funky. But this is a Bark River bird and trout in CPM 154. The only Bark River I love, and it is the Bark River Micro Canadian. Oh, dude, that's a good size. So this is the Bark River bird and trout. And I love the way that their sheaths mount, because if even this being a longer knife, I can tell that I'm not a fan of vertical carry, but this carries high enough. Look at that little. That is a beautiful little knife. Got a wooden handle, CPM 154 American walnut handle. Lee, that is gorgeous. Great size. Let's see, compared to about an inch shorter than the Shaman. But what a great little Skinner, little cutter, little forager, little EDC knife. Great little sheath. And this is one I really want to look at. Now, this is one I'm not familiar with. Very Good Knife Company. Ooh. So this is the Very Good Knife Company Tradition Junior in Nitro V with Mars Valley carbon fiber handles. Made in the USA, as the Bark River is. I love that blade. That's a hollow grind, if I'm not mistaken. Lee, is that a hollow grind? Dane, what's going on, buddy? Welcome, brother. Good morning. Lee, is that a hollow grind? That is absolutely stunning. Dude, I love that. That is fantastic. Look through my collection. If you're not in love with this and you want to trade it, that is a beauty. And then this one here is, I forget his first name. Is it Justin? What's Asher Knives guy's name? I know he used to be really close with Kevin, but this is, if I'm not mistaken, his first fixed blade. And Asher, I still have one of my titanium Spiros, but this is a overseas knife that he designs. This one's in S90V. Great size. Oh, Lee. This Asher, sweet. I did not know it was S90V. Is it Austin? Is it Spencer? What is his first name? That is a banger. I think it's a G10 handle. Tall, flat grind. So I'm betting All of these are slicey. Yeah, that's like a laser beam. And I bet you that wasn't a whole bunch. Lee, what did these go for what, 120 or more, 150? I don't, I know what I used to pay for the folders. What's the ballpark of the fixed blades? Let's see which one this is. About 115 knife nut. That is a beautiful blade, in my opinion, and very efficient. Yeah, Lee, you were exactly right. And the handle just feels absolutely great. I want to do videos. I'm going to check these all out. I can tell you, since I'm not a hard use guy, and I don't, especially with my EDC fixed blades, I look at them kind of to open cat food packages. Frank Keller, what's going on? Cut, paracord. I wish I was cutting more stuff, but I can usually tell if it's going to serve the purpose. I don't know about heat treats, I don't have a way to test that. I don't do cut tests, but there are people like Stasa, like Choir Boy that do. But this is a cool little knife. Even Colin will tell you they've never had a conversation about anything other than money. Are you talking about Lee 120, 110? Yeah, right in there. But to me, that's a great price. I was really impressed. Again, I don't know if y'all all saw this, but this little guy is made in Canada by David Mary, and this one goes for $155 in ABEL. I don't know if you're talking, Edgy, you talking about Lefty? Ron Crow? I've had numerous conversations with Tim and Suzanne Kell. They've sent me several knives to review. They've been super kind to the channel, but objectively, and I know Edgy will tell you, and there's truth that I'm kind of partial to them, but I love their knives. I gave one away that the person that got it loved it. A lot of their business comes from different defense groups where they'll get contracted. So they make a lot of tactical, hardcore stuff. I'm a fan. If you're looking for a slicey knife or if you're looking for a working knife, something that they've got a lot of blade shapes that have specific purposes. And a lot of them are for Slurpee saving, for lack of a better term. But they stand behind their stuff. I think it's lifetime warranted, and they're very accessible. Every time I've called, I've gotten them. Let's see. And they're just one state over. Yeah, personally, I'm a fan. Hopefully he won't, Edgy. I don't think, I think they do their podcast or their live stream every Sunday morning. It's usually, I try to catch it, but I don't have any dexterity to type to anybody. I'm half asleep. I think they're into it. I don't know how old their kids are young. But yeah, and I don't think there are a lot of companies out there trying to snag up companies. And I think a lot of his business comes from the relationships that he personally has. Oh, the Edgy Bless is going to be sweet. Well, Kevin just had a new baby. So Kevin and I used to do a every other Saturday live, and between his real job, which is a full-time job, and his Evo knives and his channel, he had to cut that out well before the baby was born. But yeah, I'm sure right now, baby's probably a month old. He'll probably come back to do lives once everything settles down and his life gets, more back to, your priorities change, especially when you have little ones, you kind of realize what's important. For me right now, my daughter's 23. She's in Nashville. I'm single. My cat's asleep. I don't have anything that this is pulling me away from. It's actually giving me some type of, what would you call it, parasocial interaction, if you want to keep it like that. But basically, I feel like I'm talking with you guys. And swearing off the temporary celibacy, no dating thing has been just really good for my mental health. But I think I had a situation where I went through kind of a sketchy 4 years. Yeah, there's a big military connection, because one of the things, let's see if he's got it in stock. One of the things he makes that I thought was really, really cool is this screwdriver thing. And it's for a specific military pew, like a machine pew. And I don't know how it adjusts it, but it's a screwdriver that's also a pry bar that's made specifically for this piece of ordnance so that it fits in. It's this right here. Let me share it. So this is something that came to him. He designed it and sent it to the TS-87 tactical screwdriver. So this thing, it'll tell us down below what all it does, but it's got a lot of tools that you use it for this. Is it not going to give me a description of tell me what? That's a certain model pew. All right. So come blah blah blah, big freaking screwdriver for this task. Let's take a blah blah blah. M134D. 9 inches long, 0.250 thick. I've been very pleased with them. I like this one. I've never handled this one, but that looks good in EDC. Their grips to me are very comfortable. The Agent 02 is great. The Accomplice is bigger than what I carry. The Combatant is a fantastic knife. My favorite's the Piranha. This is sick. If you're looking for a Slurpee saver, the Guardian is sharpened here. It's sharpened here, and it's sharpened at the top. So you've got 3 edges on this guy. And then they've got a Night Guard that has the same deal. But where's the Piranha? The Piranha was this one. This is the little guy. So that little guy is like 6 inches. How long is it? 5.75 inches. I'm a big fan, and they're good people. they're not hard to get in touch with. I think my that's how little the piranha is. Five and 3/4. It's super sharp. And they make everything in 80 CRV or Nitro V, depending on what your jam is. He does, Lee. He's also working on, I've seen him talk about folders that they've been working on. It's more of a, I don't know how to describe it. It's not nothing against their folder. It looks like more of a military type folder that wouldn't necessarily be my jam. Now, I like this big military style folder, but this isn't the type he's making. Whoops, how did I just fail that? Craig Vincent, what's up, buddy? See you guys. Jeffrey Dawson, what is up? What else have I missed? Is Jared still doing lives? I know he used to do Saturday lives, and I haven't seen one of his lives in a long time. I figured it was because Lefty, I knew that they just had that new baby. And I think I saw Jared doing a members only. I'm about to have to get my bug assault. I just saw a fly go by. Yeah, they nitrite boron coat, and they don't have that on the old website. They had a whole section that talked about that. Let me see if I can find it, because I found it very interesting what that stuff does. They use it a lot in the pew industry. Let's see. Nitrite. Go. Boron. Go. Yeah, it's a little out of my understanding, but let's see what it says here. All right. You've got to kind of go in and find it. So there's a section on their site called Product Integrity, and it talks about the whys, the hows. So it says here, basically, blah, he started making knives, blah, blah, blah. Issued by the Marine Corps, 19. Right, how? Thanks to your support. First, we use a method called salt bath to heat and hold for 10 minutes the exact temperature to ensure the steel is in full solution and hardens perfectly in the quench. Salt bath heat treatment is the absolute. I don't know anything about that. That's just what his website says. For guaranteeing an even heat treating and precise temperature control. Next is our extra long temper process that includes a triple temper. Multiple temper cycles, don't know what that is debated a lot. Most of the debate against it comes from companies that don't want to invest the time in doing it because it costs time, and time is money. A motherfucking fly just landed on my arm. I'm gonna have to go get the salt gun. But then when you get down in here, it talks all about the heat treat, right? And then somewhere it talks about the nitron boron and what it does. Where was that? Maybe that's up here. Anyway, they do things differently there, for sure. But I've noticed from their live streams that they average about 300 to 400 people on a Sunday morning, and a lot of them are very loyal fans. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm going to grab my bug assault in case this fly lands close. Y'all give me 2 seconds. More like 10 seconds. I'll be all right back. I'm back. I had to get the bug assault. Have y'all ever seen a bug assault? It's a CO2 BB thing. And instead of shooting BBs, you get these little rings of salt that are packed with this paper. And so wasps, flies, any shit like that doesn't stand a chance. And I think this one's empty. I got to get a reload. Y'all sit tight. I'll be right back. So that's one that's not had any of the salt come out of it. So it's got, I think, 12 little things that have salt that comes out like a shotgun. You just line it up. And now we wait for that motherfucker to land. And when he lands, it is game on and game over at the same time. I have been 7 feet away from a red wasp and blown it apart. Who does? All right, what am I missing? See, I'm not disputing that. I just don't understand that. For one, I know Melissa does do sponsored content. She advertises it on her Instagram. So there are a couple of ways she works with companies. Yeah, I mean, everybody, I don't get it. Did that fucking fly just land on me? If the bug's on your arm, would it hurt? Yes, it would hurt. It just landed on my mic. Hold on. I'm going to get a shot off. The lights are attracting it. I just need it to stop for 1 second. Get that on screen. Kyle, it's the best little thing. It's the best. The only thing I could tell somebody that was going to get one, a bug assault, is you don't have to get the bug assault, the yellow one. There's a Crossman that is on Amazon that's about $15 less that uses the exact same thing to put BBs or pellets in. So you can basically get that and then just order the ammo or reload it. I reload it too. I don't want to attract him like that. It's just one. It's here. He just went by. And if he lands on that light, I mean, you guys are going to be amazed at how effective this thing is. I just need him to land. I've never, ever, Snowtrog, been on TikTok, and I've never, ever bought anything on TikTok Shop. I watched the Joe Rogan where he talked about their terms of service. Nick, what's up, buddy? And if you read the TikTok terms of service, plus nothing on there interests me, but you're giving up the right to every computer you ever link up to. I'm not going for that. Plus, I don't understand. Forever I heard that you couldn't do knife content there. And now I know there are knife guys that are over there, but I have no desire. I do stream. Let's see if it's happening. I do stream on Rumble only because I don't upload all my content there. Hey, there are 3 people watching, allegedly. But no, I don't back up my videos. So I don't have anywhere. Once I shoot a video, because I don't do any editing, I do it on my phone. I send it from my phone through iCloud to my computer. Once I upload it, I've got this little portable disk drive that I drop it in. That's about halfway full. And I'll probably get another one when it gets full. It was like $70. But, YouTube, I learned because my link tree got nuked last week. I got an email. I went to log into my link tree. Let's see if it'll let me do it now, if it'll show you the message I got. Let's go link tree. Watch this. And I've tried to communicate with these people. So that's that thing I used to use to put links on just one site. And the only thing I can figure, because I went through and I read their community standards, and it's not very long, right? So they have a section about weapons and firearms parts, stuff like that, ammunition. So I did have a link to Smoky Mountain Knife Works. So I sent them back after they said, after reviewing your page, you do violate our guidelines. I said, can you tell me, I sent them an email back, can you tell me if this one link, and I listed it, is the problem, or if all the links are a problem? And I've gotten nothing back yet from them. But I've done a beacons thing. But so I know that YouTube could nuke me anytime they want to, right? I mean, it's just up to the platform what they want to do. Matisfaction, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. I've always had good conversations with him, but I've not talked with him in person in a long time. Since I didn't talk to him much at Blade Show last year. It was 2 years ago. So a lot could have changed. And I know in defense, he's never hid from the fact that he wanted this to become a business for him somehow, so I think that's kind of at least telling your intentions in a way, maybe. Not that it makes anything different. I think it's crazy. I mean, I was humbled when where'd it go? When Andrew reached out to me and asked if I'd look at this knife, all of these were not given to me. I was going to send this one back, but I ended up buying it, and I am sending this one back. I didn't want anything for it, the review, to look it over, and I wasn't going to just bless it because he sent it to me, because I'm sending it back to him. But it takes me, again, my time's different because I just shoot and click, and I'm not going to go off on that rant. But maybe 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. But if it helps somebody out, and if I like the product, that's what my audience, I would think, comes and watches videos for, to see things that they want to know what somebody else thinks about it, right? So that for me, the fact that A, he thought of me to send it to me, humbled me, and I thought, sure, I'd be honored to do that. And B, it gives me content for a video. I've had to struggle to come up with different. I'm making one tonight. After this, it'll be different, but just to come up with video concepts, just to have a video a day. Donnie, there's so many rants. I was triggered before Friday because I was told about a crash out that a content creator had on a live stream, and I went and watched it from the timestamp. And there were just so many thoughts that came to mind. I mean, video ideas, just talking about what a knife YouTuber ideally should be, someone who likes knives, but you're not doing it to get knives. You're not. And I'm trying to see how to say this without going on a rant. Let's say I have a relationship with a company. When I say a relationship, like Vosteed or TKL, they send me knives to review, and I'll review their knives. And next week, Tim says, John, we don't have any more review. I never asked for them, but we're not sending out review copies anymore. Okay. And then all of a sudden, I said, I can't, to you, the audience, I can no longer recommend TKL, not because they don't make a great knife, but because they're not sending me knives anymore. And that was said. Like, that wasn't thought. That was said. That came out of someone's mouth. And it just made me go, holy fuck. I mean, you think about it, that's almost like holding them hostage. It's whoop. You want to hear what it sounds like? I don't know if y'all could hear that. Which way? Where, Maddie? Brown Sugar, what's up? Nick Martino, what's up? Watching the YouTuber chat. Most of you guys are mods, and if you see anything shady, Nick Martino's not a mod though. Hold on, Nick. Let me give you a wrench. Let me open this up. But Maddie, what kind of shady? Because I'm telling you, you don't want. I think it's going to change who I'm real close to coming out with a Fuck That Guy Friday series, but I don't think it'll be good for anybody. Might make me feel good for a little while, but I don't want to be negative. Nick Martino, got to make him a mod. Let's open this up. Let's pop that chat out. Let's close that window. God damn it. Then I see my ban. It just pisses me off. All right, Nick. You can post links, share links, or if you see somebody in here talking crazy, you can boot them. I think that's everybody wrenched up. Nick's wrenched up. Brown Sugar's not wrenched up. Hold on, Brown Sugar. I've seen you enough in here to feel comfortable giving you a wrench, which just means you can share links. You can put people in timeout. You are officially a moderator. So all chat. So it's funny, I don't know if y'all, during the election, there were several of these wacky channels I watched that attempted to do 24-hour streams where they attempted to stay on for 24 hours. And dude, these people are younger than me, and they were fading to black. Nobody, none of them made it the full 24 hours, which I really think I could do a 24-hour stream. Again, I'd have to break it up in 4 because that's as long as you can go. And I'd have to take bathroom breaks. But I just don't think it'd be that much. You'd run out of stuff to say. What's up, Josh? I'd have to, I would definitely go off on a diatribe. Kyle, I do better doing 72 hours in an empty room than I would 24 hours on a live, or even 3 hours on a live, because I always say something stupid. But the way I look at it, it's authentic. I think it's interpreted wrong. I mean, if I say something, I believe it, but a lot of times I'll say something that there can be two kind of meanings depending on how my brain was wrapped around it. But I'm not gonna run from my opinions, right? So if I've got an opinion about something, GFW2, if that fly lands, and that shot made me a little nervous that I need to put another CO2 cartridge in here, because I definitely want to blow its wings off when it lands. And I mean, it can land like 7 feet away from me. This thing will shoot for 7 feet. It had a little thing in the barrel, a little piece of plastic that was a vertical piece of plastic that made when the little salt pellet comes out, it would hit that little piece of plastic and it would help spread it out like a shotgun. Well, I watched a lot of YouTube videos, and by cutting that out, it comes out, it's like putting a full choke on it. It comes out a lot tighter. So you've got to be a little better with your aim, but it shoots a much smaller, like at 6 feet, I'm shooting a spread like that if I shoot it into aluminum foil. And what's cool, Lee, is Etsy, there's a place on Etsy that makes these little paper rings that are made for this. And Bug Assault, or you can just get regular salt, sells salt. Bug Assault has a little special tip that it comes out of. But I keep these empties and I'll fill it up. It's got a little like mold thing that you stick it on that's got 12 little things, so it sticks in the little cylinders, and you can fill your salt in there, and then you put your sticker on the top, flip it over, put a sticker on the bottom, and you're good. But yeah, the ones, they make some that pump, but they're just spring powered, and this one is so much better. And more importantly than that, I would not recommend, now that I learned this, and I've watched several videos where they tested it, I would recommend this particular, let me share it. So if we go to Bug Assault on Amazon, the Bug Assault, because it's yellow and it's branded, it's a lot more expensive. Those are the little things, but you only have to buy 1 pack of those and then you can reload them. But these are bogus because they're spring powered. They don't shoot that hard. This one's too expensive, but if we go down here, keep going, we'll find a Crossman. Where is it? Let's do this. So Bug Assault Shredder. Because this Crossman's like $50, and it's the exact same mechanics as this right here, the Vigilante. So that guy right there is a Crossman CO2 powered air thing, right? But it uses the same little thing that the Bug Assault does. So you can put the Bug Assault cartridges in that, and it works just like the bug assault. The bug assault's actually made by Crossman. So if I were to do it again, I would get this, and then I would get some of those couple of packs of a couple of packs of the salt, just to get me started, because you've got to have the cartridges, unless you take the BB ones out and start filling your own. But see, that's the same gearing, it's the same everything as the bug assault for half the price, and it looks cooler. Desert Warrior OD Green S90V. A lot of people hate the 940. I actually love it. Let me get mine. I've got the 940 and the 945. This is my first grail. This is the first knife that I really, when I first started collecting, that I really wanted. And I know a lot of people have strong opinions on it, but I've got this in the 945. And I think this knife in S90V would be great. I just don't know how expensive it is. I love the look. It's probably one of my smoothest Benchmays. That's cool, Nick. And you know what's funny? I ordered this from Knife Works, and they're over one state in Louisiana, maybe two, I forget. I'm not good at geography. But this got lost in the mail for like 2 weeks. I was like 3 days from being able to file it lost, and they were, of course, out, because that was back when these were hard to get. I even kept the original clip on it. It's the only Benchmade that I've got an original clip on. But if you want to see my favorite Benchmade, it is the Mini Locos. I don't know the number. But this is a very interesting knife. It is, if you look at the standoffs, I would say for Benchmade, it would be considered a hard use knife, but it's got the deployment hole. And it's got this kind of banana grip. And it's super smooth. But that's probably my favorite Benchmade. And I picked this up at St. Nick's Knives here in the mall in Huntsville. They had it, and I think I paid brand new $164 for that. And this one had been on the shelf. They had it 30% off, and it is a first production run. The Contigo, I'm not going to disagree with you, Edgy, but you're a big boy. So it's a little big for me, but to me, the Contigo looks like a big, like a daddy 940, if I'm picturing it right. It seems to have that similar blade shape, right? Ooh, Nick, sweet. And my other, I've got a lot of Benchmades, not a lot of which I carry, but I really do like. This is the one that's cut me. This is the knife that has given me the worst cut in my knife game. But this is my Crewwear Mini Adamas with Sniper Gray AWT scales. And I had it like this, and I was tightening my pivot, and my pinky was right there, and it just fell like that. And I pulled my hand out, and I was like, wow, thank God it hit my pinky nail. And about that time, it just started fucking bleeding. It cut through my pinky nail, cut about half of my pinky tip off, just falling like that. This is sharp. for a thick behind the edge knife. I like the Freak, Jeffrey. I've got a full size Freak. I wish it was the little Super Freak. And then I traded with Dark Gravity, my brother from another mother. Have y'all ever seen the Benchmade Valet? This is called the Valet. It's M390. It's an older Benchmade, about the size of the minis, but it's not a mini. But it's the only M390 Benchmade I've seen. Interesting little knife. And then one of my first Benchmades after my 940 was my little mini grip. And this has got the Pardue blade on it. At Blade Show this year, Donnie and Dopey were outside, and I was outside with Dark Gravity and his son. And we met, I think Donnie was there when we were talking to him. His grandson, Pardue's grandson's a knife maker. And he makes amazing knives. Makes his own Damascus and stuff. I mean, everything kind of like Donnie's done by hand. But he was talking about he used to work in his granddad's shop. No, I hate crossbars. I'm a huge crossbar hater. I used to not be. I used to love them because the first knife I was able to reverse flick was this knife. So forever, I could just pull back. Robert Carter. That's his name. You're exactly right. Nicest guy. Very, very nice guy. Which just shows me that the community, I mean, I think it's cool that he worked for his granddad and now he works for himself doing what his granddad did. I think that's what we'd all love to do. Edgy, I don't have any new ones. I did have Chris 223 sent me a couple to give away, and they were older. One of them was the Airlight, fantastic knife. But I've still got my American Lawman, my 8010, my 8015 that's Satu reground, and I've got my 4Max Elite. But I haven't tried any of the newer ones. Paul, they're big, and when I got them, I was early into collecting, but I got them because of their alleged lock strength. The first one I think I got was the 8010. I got them all off Amazon except for my Elite, which I got from Midway. There's a company called Midway something, a big super center that sells them let's see if I can find it. Yeah, Midway USA. So this is where I picked up my Elite. It was on sale for $199, which was like $100 off. But they've got a very good selection. I mean, here's an 8010 Light, was $109 for $39.99. Let's see if they've got. That's the 4Max Scout. Limited edition 8010. It's expensive. But they've got a, if you like cold steel or just want to look through, because they make a knife for every different thing. I mean, they make some weird shit. They make blowguns. They make throwing spikes. But this Midway has a lot of their stuff. Check this out. It's a hairbrush with a shiv in it, and I think it's all like hard plastic, Zytel, so it would go through a metal detector. But this Midway will from time to time have really good deals. 8015, 185 from 162 to 185. I love the Scorpion lock, but that's an acquired taste. I got this for $199 when it was. No, that's a 5. That's much bigger. I got the 4 Max. But you can tell they just got a knife for every possible application. There's an 8010, which I think is a great. It's probably the smoothest, and it's a great example of a cold steel S35 VN. $140, made in Taiwan. You can get you some shirkas from Cold Steel. See, I'm not kidding. They sell everything. Anything you could imagine. And this Midway, because they carry a lot of hunting, hiking, pew-pew stuff. They carry a lot of them. American Lawman. This is a good knife. This is a thin knife. I've got this too. Has a real strong, I think it's a triad. I think this might just be a backlock. I don't know if it's a black back or a triad. Let's see. Lock failure, blah, blah, blah. So you can put in the Lawman, it's S35. Lock on. Triad. So it is a triad lock, which is a little bit stronger, or a good bit stronger than a regular back lock. It's got a little notch in it. This is a great EDC knife for cold steel. It's not as thick as like the 8010 or the 8015. They make some different stuff. They definitely make some different stuff. And that, oh, see that Air Light. I was trying to find. The Air Light was about $74 on Amazon. And that was, I ended up giving it away on a Friday Night Flicks, but it was a fantastic little knife. Little thin back lock. Let's do this. Go Air Light. Then we'll get off here. Here it is. They make it in a Tonto or in a drop point. And this is a sweet, sweet little thin EDC knife. The one I got to try and give away was the Tonto. But yeah, Cold Steel makes some cool stuff. I think those are the only ones I have left. I had a Code 4. I gave that to Grateful Panic. I had a couple of the little curved air lights. What were they called? They were the little small ones. Let me see if I can find that. Tough Light. Yeah. So this little guy, if you're looking for like a carpet cutter, this is probably as good as you can get. They've got a 2.5 inch and a 1.5. I got the 2.5. FRN. A little guy. $35. I'll say this is a great little utility knife. And if that's too big for you, they make it in a 1.5 for $27. So it's got a little shorter blade. But I think when Les Thompson was there, they were definitely doing some cool stuff. Yeah, Midway USA is running deals, and and they're legit. I mean, because I'd never heard of them when I bought my, where is it? I bought this from them, and then I had Satu regrind it. but that's S35 G10, and that was, I want to say $199, and it's usually $299, I think. And it's bigger than anything I'd ever carry. I do put it in my pack when I go camping, but I always carry a fixed blade. I could have shown you very easily, Kyle, because I was carrying the Chickadee yesterday, but lucky for you, I've got it right here. Because it just came out of my back pocket. Much, much bigger than the Chickadee. But don't estimate the cat food opening prowess of this little bitch. And in this Oak City leather slip in your back pocket, that is a winner. And then Maddie's got, I think Maddie's got the Code 5, don't you, Maddie? Not the Code 5, the 5 Max. Don't you have the real huge new 4 Max, the 5 Max? Or you had the Mayhem? I know you had one of the giant ones. Good news, guys. I'm finishing the caffeine, getting ready to break into the Jet Life. I don't have a Riot, Nick. That's one that I've never had. Yeah, you has the Mayhem. That's right. That's a sweet knife because it uses that, what they call Atlas lock. Looking for an FM1. Is that a cold steel? Let me Google it. Steel. Cold, is it that full metal Axis? I'm gonna share it. Is this it? Full Metal Atlas? That's a sick looking knife. That looks like a gentleman's folder. If this is what we're talking about, that's what came up via Google. That is attractive. That does not look. That's it. I like that. Aluminum or titanium? S35VN. S35VN. Blah, blah, blah. Titanium handle. Maddie, I like that too. I did not know that existed. That is super cool. Have you handled one? It looks like EDC perfection. I'll tell y'all a great knife. If you like Demkos, I call it the 80-20.6, and that's the Flytanium Arcade. I've got one of those. I put bearings in it not too long ago. But S35VN blade, aluminum handle. But that Atlas looks sick. That looks like one. What was the other color? It looked like they had it in 2 colors. I like the black. I like this one. It's $29, $30 more. Very, very sexy. And very cool looking. I mean, I love the Atlas lock. But this guy looks thin. 3.8 ounces on a 3.5-inch blade in titanium. That's strong. Congratulations, Ron. The Kamano is a banging knife. True, Nick. I haven't seen anything. You know, ZT, that's a knife that has never been in my collection. There's never been a ZT. I almost, when I first got into knives, Knife Center, I would buy all my knives from the sale page on Knife Center because I was an idiot. And I thought the more I saved, I was just basically marketed to, and it worked. But forever they had the ZT Sinkovich, which I'm glad I never bought, but I almost bought it to have a ZT. I hadn't bought one in years, buddy, but I'll look at them. I didn't know about their service. I wouldn't expect them to have much of a service because they're so big. I mean, I don't think it's excusable. I remember when Grateful Panic was trying to get a back spring, which to me, it's crazy that they couldn't get him one. But I know that they told him that knife was out of production, and I think they offered him like a coupon or something for the value of it. ZT used to have big knives that looked good. I think the one that's attracted me in terms of the most John-like knife was the one that Scotch had, that little thin one that recently came out, and it didn't do much for me. It just seemed overpriced. And I haven't had a Kershaw. That's what I used to buy before, when I was collecting knives a long time ago. I've still got a Ken Onion Mini Mojito, which is a pretty rare Kershaw. I've got a Blur that's lost somewhere. Oh, edgy. I don't doubt it at all. I mean, I can only imagine what a nightmare. Usually, if a big company is not responding or they don't offer to send you a knife, if you send them the messed up knife and it becomes just a hassle, yeah, I wouldn't recommend buying anything from them. Again, I bought the few, and then the one that I gave to Grateful Panic, he did have an issue where he was trying to get a part and could not get it. And they offered him some kind of concession in terms of a, coupon towards another ZT that was in stock. Or not ZT, Cold Steel. But yeah, I can only imagine that since Lynn left and the Demco's left, the fact that they're still making a lot of those knives is surprising to me. And I'd be surprised if they're making them to the same quality that they were when Lynn was there. Now, I didn't know Lynn, but he seemed to be very vested and very integral part of Cold Steel. Nick, I would think, and I know eBay's kind of a risky place, but I got a buddy, Shane knows him, A to Z EDC, who buys and sells a ton on eBay. And I think it's a buyer's market right now, even for rarer knives. I totally agree. Now he had it apart. He was taking it apart when it broke, but still, they should have been able to get him that part. Toyota and Tools, I think if more companies, I don't know why, but fixed blades seem to be, and they may have always been popular, but to me, it's bizarre because if you do an overview, like if you want to talk about a knife for 8 minutes, for me, I have a harder time talking about a fixed blade than I do a folder because there's not that much to talk about. However, so many more people are interested in fixed blades as a whole, than folders, judging by people that watch videos that I put out. I mean, it's like a 10-to-1 ratio. It's ridiculous. But I think that's an opportunity for a lot of companies. For example, when Axial kind of slipped off for a little while and they came out with this, and I'm wanting to hear more about this knife, why they came up with it, but it was really successful for them because it's this is on the big size of what I carry, 7 inches, but much more reliable. You can spine whack them, right? I could make a whole video on spine whacking frame locks and why it's stupid. I could say spine whacking frame locks is only for
loser.
I agree, and I'm guilty at feeding that because Shane will tell you part of the reason, besides it's a tiny knife, these little guys are right under $300, which is ridiculous. Now, this one wasn't. This one I got from a friend. I bought it from a friend. But it does make you wonder now, because I look at a knife like this, and that's the knife that was sent to me today in AEBL, and it's $155, handmade from a guy named David Mary, water jet cut out. So I guess you'd call it mid-tech. I don't know what you'd call that, but he makes them all. And then this little knife's a production knife that's USA made, this little fast pack. And I want to say it's an L Max. I want to say it was like $120, $130. But yeah, then you look at some that I can definitely see the value in, like Steve Polari's. I mean, there's some knives I've got. So I bought this knife at Nashville Blade Show from a guy by the name of Colin McGuire. This is called the EDW. It was a $300 knife, but I knew it going into it because it's a custom. But I've got several knives, like a couple of Griffin Co's, some imported knives that are in that price range that I don't understand why they are. So yeah, I totally get it. The Amtac blades. Okay, I've got to learn about that one. Hold tight, everybody. Amtac blades. Oops. Which one did you say? The Northman. Here it is. Take a look at this. Yes, that is a very cool looking little knife. That looks like one that David makes. M390. Ooh. That's high. Let me show you something that looks similar. And again, it's not going to look identical. But the guy in Canada, that David Mary, and this knife is probably not going to look anything like it, but it kind of reminded me of it. Let me see if I can find it. Because he had some that were serrated and some that weren't. Where are they? That looks a little different. But that's a utility fighter that David makes. It's probably a good bit less, but it's a different knife. But that is definitely a cool knife. I reviewed, my buddy A to Z picked up a knife about that price range, a Borka Blades. It was a, what was it called? It was a fixie, and I forget what it was called. Let's go. Borka. That Northman's sick. And it looks like it'd be mainly good for just pokey, right? Why in the world? I'm looking to see if I can find the Orca that he has, and I don't know which one it was. I know how I could find out, though. I could search my videos. Let's see if it'll pull up Borka. Borka. SB1 is what he had. And this knife, I want to say, was in that $500 range. Really nice sheath. Whoops. It was loud. How do I get to that video? Muted. Let's stop sharing. Let's share this. Boom, boom. So that right there, my friends, is a sick blade. That's that Borka SB1. And I want to say it was in that $500 range. But the sheath on it was impressive. It's got a leather, kind of a leather pocket dropper sheath. I mean, very elegant package, but heavy. That kind of reminds me of it a little bit. But very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, the Borka, the stitch is scotching things. I can talk knives. I just don't know what I'm talking about most of the time. But I admit that. I'm learning. I'm learning by doing, and I don't cut myself as much lately, which is the kiss of death. Tonight, I'm doing a video that'll come out tomorrow on my top 10 USA carried knives this quarter. And they're teased all around this table here. But I think I carry my XM18 more than my Eclipse, even though my Eclipse flipperless. I just prefer, I don't know why I love the XM18. I like the 3-inch too. Toyota for tools, that's exactly right. That's why it was so much, because that Chattanooga Leatherworks did make that sheath for them, and it was like $150, and I think the knife was like $375. Nick, it's one of the smoothest. I was late to the game on this knife, but I absolutely love it. Hollow ground. And this gentleman's from Alabama, even though he's in the wrong city. XM24 is a baddie. It is a baddie. My buddy A to Z, and I reviewed it, had the Bowie, the 24 Bowie. And for me, that's just huge. But really, it's the same size as this. Orca Marathon folding dagger. I don't think I have. Let me look. I'm sure that's not cheap because it's got the Marathon. Orca. Where would I see that? Would it be probably on Instagram? I mean, I guess the concealability would make it good, but for me, I would think anything, if I'm using it for a purpose, fixed blades kind of rule the poke. These are beautiful knives. That's it right there, isn't it? Is that it? Josh is... I can see the stop pin, dude. That is sick. I mean, he makes some of the most beautiful knives, some of the sexiest knives. A couple of ledges. SB folder called the Zulu. Is this it? The Zulu? Let me go back and see. Yes, sweet. Yeah, that is gorgeous. I like it closed too. I mean, they make some of the most stunning knives. That black one that Metal Complex has, ooh, like that. That is sick. So I wonder who brought what component to the collaboration. But look how just stunning. I like my ram lock. I mean, for me, with the aluminum handle, that's every bit as good of a value of a knife as I've gotten because I paid $300, I think, for it. It's this one right here. And again, it's not nearly as fancy as the others, but it cuts. It's probably one of the sharpest. See, I don't like the ring on those as much. Yeah, gorgeous stuff. I mean, really outstanding stuff. So, Scotch, do you have anything inbound this week? I'll have to watch. I'll have to watch the YouTubes. I just think this is such a sexy knife, and it's so factory sharp. And that thing is just a laser. I forget where I picked that up. I think I got it at GP Knives. No, I know where I got it. I got it at DLT because they were on the back in stock section. I reviewed an FLN MSI, and I was very surprised at how sharp it was on the underside of the handle, where I guess the blade goes into it when you gripped it. It felt totally different than the stitch, and I don't know if that's because it was the FLN or FRN was that much sharper. But yeah, DLT keeps them in stock pretty often. Let's see, stitch. They just got autos. Here's a ram lock, fluted G10 in a gold. They're making them in more and more colors. I guess since it's aluminum, they can do a lot more. But yeah, for $300, M390, MK, whatever that is, that's their little blend. But I like the auto too. My buddy, I haven't reviewed it, but my buddy A to Z, there's a black one, has the auto. I don't like the serrated. But these thump. These have really strong springs. I would not be opposed to one day grabbing one of these. Yeah, it won't be anytime soon. But you know, I don't know if the M390 MK is Italian. It's a M390's bowler, right? Is that German? Getting your second bless. Dude, that first one is sick. Sick. Yeah, bless. Let's go to his page. Because I was amazed at how handmade these are. Because again, I'm a noob when it comes down to it. But no CNC, everything created, and I think this is Scotch's right here. Look how beautiful this knife is. I think that's the first one he put the lock bar in that he was working on. But makes the clip, makes the back spacer, I think everything except the hardware, Scotch said. Are y'all seeing that? Yes. All right, making sure I'm sharing. 154, CPM 154, 60 HRC with the lock bar. And I think there's a picture of him making the lock bar. Oh, I saw it somewhere. But the stuff that I was seeing is like, I mean, each part, those are that's the basic materials. Because he did the Zerk back spacer and the Zerk thumb stud. That's what you call handmade. Back spacer clip, scales, and blade. Look at that. I mean, that's just mind-blowing to somebody like me. It's like magic. Because there's so much work that goes into it after that. And that you have to make sure it's going to fucking work. But yeah, Blessed Knives, handcrafted in the U.S. by a very cool dude. And if custom's what you're after, handcrafted is what you're after, it's them. There's said Stevie's. This Wu-Tang.
Also Wu-Tang Warncliffe Wednesday, so I got my new breed EDC Clydesdale modded by Tactical Terry. Shout out to Wu-Tang Tex. And my Blessed Knives custom power loader Ripley.
Look at that, Ripley.
Man, is it good. But wait, also Wu-Tang is for the children. Got the matching pocket jewel.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Just outstanding, dude. Now, Donnie, you've been holding out on me. Dude, that's a sick little fixie. I dig that very, very much. But I mean, look at that work. That's all done by hand. Those jimps are cut in by hand. Look at the cleanliness of that pivot and that lock, that stop pin. Dude, I like that. The B7. Dude, y'all, and if you're not, Donnie, if you're on YouTube, post your link. I'm posting your Instagram in here. But yeah, we got so many talented people in the community. You got Shane, you've got Lancelot Leather, you've got Donnie, You've got Steve. You've got, I mean, just a lot of strong talent. Jason Grant doing his thing. And people I'm just meeting. I mean, that was the cool thing. And it's this month. It's at the end of this month is the Nashville Custom Knife Show. I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to go up there and check it out. It's just so cool to be able to talk to people. Edgy, you're an asshole and talented too, though. Y'all are a good match. I think a collaboration is going to be awesome. Scotch and Things is making the American dream happen by working his ass off. Whoops, there's Blessed Knives. YouTube, let me find it. Let me pull it up. Let me share it. Get some shop, hands-on, making it happen by hand. Y'all go subscribe to Donnie. We're going to promote the shit out of Donnie Friday night. So if y'all all go sub now, we could get Donnie over. Might get him close to 200. Friday we will. Donnie, I did not know you had your YouTube page. And your logo is banging too. Shane's is a little more personal to Shane, but I don't know the story behind yours, so I probably need to have a conversation before I say that. Edgy does make some dope knives. I'm telling you guys, we've got talented people in our midst. Very, very talented people. I was thinking the other night, and I forgot when I talked about it. Maybe it was on Pocket Metal's stream. You know, we've got the EDC roundtable, and we've got, I know what it was. Pocket Metal was showing some slips that were made by Iggy when she was making slips, but a couple of others, one that Tactical Terry had sent in that somebody had made. But wouldn't it be cool? Sweet, Donnie, do it, my man. I'll text you my number after this on IG. But if we had like a Google sheet that lived on the internet that had broken down by knife makers, handle makers, leather, cloth goods, whatever, but just have like a directory that listed, because a lot of times people might not know that Brian makes little shivs, you know, Brian F. A place where everybody could be listed, where we could go kind of like the Knife Tube schedule, but where people that sold stuff in the community could go list their stuff and their site. I just think that'd be cool. I'd almost be willing to take it on. And there might already be something like that, but I'm just thinking of something that that was really focused around the YouTube community that creates stuff. That's true, Nick. Yeah, I can think of a ton of names who I haven't seen in forever. But that's almost why it'd be cool to have a place that lived, you know, where you could just kind of go just to see if anything resonated with you. I promise I would have, with the way my brain works, I would have been onto something different by now, by the time I started getting into knives. But it was getting into the community, getting into chats, you know, getting into meeting people that kind of made me stick around. The knives are great. I love them. Yeah, broke down by category. I just think it'd be cool. And it could even be something open where, you know, people could go in and list their stuff. You know, I guess it'd have to be moderated to keep those few turd burglars, as Stevie would say, out of there. But there are so many talented people. And it's proven that most people like to do business with people they like, especially if they're getting a good, unique product. And with all the stuff that's offered through the community, it's all handcrafted. So you're getting part of somebody. You're getting somebody's time and sweat and effort, that they've spent time rubbing on it. That's what makes it special. And yeah, no ground fog's exactly right. No burgling of turds. That brings me up to something else. On the 29th, and I've got to talk to Jason, but he asked if he could come on because they're doing, him and somebody else are doing a collaboration. They got a big giveaway that they're doing. And I told him he definitely could, but I want to keep it small. I don't want to really promote it outside of the 60 or so people that hang out here. So that's coming on, I think the 29th, if that's a Friday. And there'll be more information once I learn what it is. He just reached out, texted me today if that might be possible for them to use a Friday Night Flicks for a giveaway. And I was like, sure. Bless Knives, it's always nice chatting with you, and you stay as long as you want, buddy. Like I said, I will sit here and chat. I know most people start peeling off here pretty soon. Hey guys, that is a news flash. Y'all, Edgy is working with, talking about talented people. Not only is he talented, but he's spreading out some of the tasks that go into one of his knives to some of the more talented people in the community that do their own specialty when it comes to the part of a knife. That's exciting, dude. I wonder how it would work for a knife maker. And again, I'm asking a hypothetical question because I don't know. But if it was going to be a build and you're working with somebody, and they're paying you before the knife comes out, but making sure that your costs are covered and you're getting that percentage of profit, I wonder, that's probably a lot to keep up with. Yeah, but like Donnie says, he'll work with you. The pink and the stink. I love it. Dave won't get sick of it, Edgy. I think Dave just loves it. And if y'all aren't familiar, Satu Dave is chronically undersubscribed to, and I think he likes it that way. But his Sunday weekend reviews, where he goes through and just talks about what he's been doing, what he's been teaching himself, that dude is fine of a human. Not that taking anything away from any of y'all, but he is a fine human, and definitely go sub to him. I'm going to pull him up here. I watch every Sunday. That's must-see TV for me. And we'll even watch some of it here. So we're going to go to Satu's channel. And I'm going to go to videos. Boom. Let me turn off my sounds. Hold on a second. Whoop. Pause. Where's my music? All right. So here we go. Let's check out Dave. Where'd Dave go?
Talking about doing like the profile spine and just feeling this. I don't know if it shows up in a camera or not. You can see kind of that lumpy bumpiness.
I'm going to share that with you. Hold on a second. Hold on, guys. That's all good stuff, but the content let me put him in the chat so y'all can go sub to him, because his making content is very good too. But what I love is his weekend reviews, and I was going to show you the type of vibe for those of you who don't know Satu. Here is Great ramble. Yeah, I didn't know if y'all knew that too. Prayers for Eonin. I mean, and that just shows how cool Satu is, because he would do anything for anybody. I mean, I'm telling you guys, he is his content is great, his personality is great, and he's as real as it comes. No, I just was yeah, she had been battling Neil, she'd been battling cancer for a long time. And fought, they for a very long time. But yeah, she'd been, I think, admitted to hospice a couple of weeks ago, and it was just a matter of time. So yeah, let's go back to Satu. Let's go forward, get past some of the yeah.
So I spent a good majority of like a day and a half or something um, making a video for Billy. And so I alluded to last videos, there were some things that I was trying to help. I wanted to help Billy with as far as to get his fit and finish better.
So one thing, Satu wants to be able to procreate his skills to other people. So
and so I made like a 40-minute video. It's pretty much just between, it was going to be just between me. I made it private. He saw it and he wanted Jed to see it. He also wanted Shane to see it. So I sent a link to Shane. I don't know if Jed ever saw it or not. But it's basically just, I was trying to give him tips, tricks, techniques that I personally use. I'm not a fixed blade guy, but
Satu is as talented as anyone I've seen in the community make stuff. And I think if he ever does make, which I think he will, full folders, that would be awesome.
Some of this stuff's kind of universal basic stuff that I was trying to like relay what I have in my head to help him better. So if you guys end up wanting to see that, it's a 40-minute video. Like it's a conversation between me and him, but afterwards he's like, you should probably make it public. So y'all, if y'all think you want to see that, let me know. I'll make it public. But I mean, other than that, like unless you're a knife maker or just curious about the process, it may or may not be of interest to you. So let me know. But anyway, I spent the majority of that day, and I kind of sort of went and reworked the profile of this. Some of the grips had some issues I redid, and then also I put a regrind on it, and
you see some of the most awesome knives on Satu's channel.
Profile it's slightly, so if you notice, this is a little more stabby than what his had typically, almost like the McNeese actually, where it has a lot of the belly up front, and then it kind of goes into it straight. So you see now mine's got a little more of a pokier style tip with the regrind, and this 10-inch wheel on this one.
But he just goes through and he just
about not blasting.
Talks about what he's doing
at this point. Generally speaking, medium. It could be blade stock. So I say medium.
So the point is, it is a great channel. It is a very, very informative channel, and Satu is a great, great guy. Super nice dude. Source of information like you wouldn't believe, and not one that sits on it. Ooh, I hadn't seen that. I have not seen that. The Diablo. How are they doing that? Is Sharif having it made here, and then or how's that going to work, Nick? Or is Satu just going to grind them? Not just grind them. I mean, the grind, like if you look at this Formax, and you look at, let me get a piece of paper, how thin this is. It's kind of hard to tell, but if you've ever had a cold steel Formax, they're not typically super slicey. This one is super slicey. Absolutely. Oh, really, Donnie? Dude, that is sick. Yes, I've been blessed to meet Saitu like 2 different times, and what you see is what you get. I mean, there's nothing there except a guy who loves his family, loves his friends, loves the community, and like Edgy says, he wants everybody to be better. If he's got knowledge, he's going to share it. And there are a lot of people that are like that. There are a lot of people that aren't. I don't think Saitu's on Instagram, is he? I wonder if, let me see if I can find it. Let's go to Manganas. Let's see if it's on there. That's the, let's see. Where'd you see it, Nick? You guys are all solid folks. Nick, where'd you see it, buddy? Here, I've got him on Instagram right here. I'll drop it in the chat. We were just looking at it. Here we go. In the chat right now. There is Donnie. I will agree with that. I can judge a lot from a hug, and Edgy old Dave gives a for real hug. Mark, my brain, I watch it, I listen to it, but for me to comprehend something, not all the way, not all the time am I good at comprehending, but I'll go check it out. Donnie speaks his mind, and that's the way it should be. And I love it to hear him and Shane get into debates, just to talk about stuff, because that's the way we kind of understand each other. We're all different. We all have different life experiences, different belief systems, but we like knives. We like different kind of knives, but that's how we learn about people. That's how societies become stronger, not more fractured. Amen, Donnie. And that's legit. That's really all you need. And you've got to be, because I'm sure if you're exposing yourself to the public, unfortunately, and I don't know how bad it is in the knife community, but I know from the business that I was in, building houses and shit like that, customers think that cheating, lying is just good business. So if they can beat you out of a change order or beat you out of this or that, they think that's just them negotiating after the fact. So I can imagine that working with, anytime you work with the public with something that you're making for them, some people just have unrealistic expectations. I'm a big friend of Kevin Lefty. I would hate to make him a knife knowing how picky he is about shit. Absolutely, Nick. Especially in this community. If you get a good name in this community and people are buying your products, they're going to talk about it. Because again, we all have a basic want to buy from people that we're familiar with, we trust, we know. And there's just so much good. I mean, even in big companies, there are big companies that I think have really good people at the helm, TRM being one of them. I know they do a lot. I know they make a lot of money probably as a big company, but I know they do a lot for the community. And they do so in a very silent way. They're not doing it in a look at me way. Paul, good for you, buddy. Gummied is good. These are delicious. Get one more. I love having Donnie on with Shane. I've started watching Shane again. I missed it Sunday night. I think I was asleep on the couch because I'll take these weird micro, and some of them are 2 or 3 hours where I'll just fall asleep. And I'll be up tonight probably till 4 or 5. And then I'll lay down and I'll wake up like at 8. So I'll get like a few hours here, a few hours there. It's just bizarre. That's why I love it when Edgy goes live late. Because I can tune into that shit. That's part of the reason why I've gotten on so many of these weird YouTube rabbit holes, because there's a section that just says live. And there's just so much weird shit live on YouTube at any given moment. I mean, I've logged into shit. A chick, I don't know who she is, and she's not an attractive chick, but she's just an interesting chick. She usually has about 3 to 5 viewers, and she's English speaking, but she's Indian, like from over in India. Just weird shit. I mean, you can find somebody talking live about just about anything at all hours of the morning. So it's just kind of nuts. Yeah, and Nick, when you get to be my age, sleep's overrated. You know, I mean, I've always been and used to be. I love sleeping. That was part of my favorite time. Like when I was younger, I would love to sleep late. I could sleep in. Now I just feel like there's more to do. I don't know. Unfortunately or fortunately, really all I watch is YouTube, and I don't watch a lot of content. I'm trying to learn. There's some couple things like I'll watch music videos, like I play guitar. So YouTube for me is a great tool to learn how to play songs. Like if I want to play this song, the one I've been working on lately is Little Martha, which is in a weird open E tuning, but I've been playing it, and you can watch videos and basically learn that shit. Jeffrey, there's crazy stuff out there. And I mean, what's so bad and so reckless is there are platforms like Kick that are pretty much anything goes platforms. And kids, like little kids, watch that shit like crazy. It's really brain rot if you just really boil it down. Now there's some great stuff if you want to better yourself, like if you want to learn Google AdWords, or if you want to learn how to make complex spreadsheets in Excel, you can go to YouTube and you can learn that. So it's a great tool, but there's also so much brain rot, like stuff that's just totally nothing. Dude, I battled that shit for a long time, and I took Prilosec was what I was on. And then finally, for some reason, it just quit being a problem. Inner lip tattoos always freak me out. I know that'd be painful. Maybe not. Maybe you don't feel as much there. It seems like it would be painful as shit. Absolutely, Gabe. The guys that play on their let me find something here. See if I can find it. Hold on a sec. Yes, I love that style. I'll show you who just showed up on my feed. Let me see if I can find him. He just showed up. Where'd he go? I can't pronounce his name, but this dude, I'm gonna play this drummer. Y'all have probably seen him because he's got over 3 million subs. Me and Paul Mills watched this guy. He's doing that with one hand. His name's El Esperado. This guy right here has 4.29 million subscribers. And he is like this right here. Whoop. What's this? That dude, no shit. If you guys want to check out some interesting music, and I'm trying to find the percussion guitarist that I was talking about, but I got sidetracked. This dude right here is the shit. He's got full length videos where he plays everything from REM to some of the heaviest metal, and he can play it all like the phone book. But this let me see if I can find this guy. Lives in Huntsville, and he uses a looper, and he uses a lot of his own percussion. Let me see if I can share this. Hold on. Whoops. Whoops. So you just start that beat with this using a looper. So he's put parts of the song together. Watch what he's going to play. Play the bass line. Anybody recognize him yet? Yeah.
This song makes me cry every time.
I mean, dude, talented is an understatement. He can play all kinds of shit. Let me find his acoustic doing stuff. Let's do. Have you ever heard of the Atlanta Rhythm section? He plays with the Atlanta Rhythm section.
Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift.
Whoops.
It says, "To my daughter."
Oops, I turned him off. Damn it. if y'all are talking about Jake Paul, I'm all about Tyson. I don't know if y'all seen his latest training stuff. Dude, he's a beast. Now, Jake's no slouch. Let me find this. Hold on a second. Let's go. Dave Anderson acoustic. There was a band back in the 90s. I didn't listen to them, but they were called Brother Kane. And he was in Brother Kane. All right, here we go. So he recorded all that on his looper. That's the one part he played it down.
So I got to see the Who for the first time about 2 weeks ago and heard them sing this song, and it was
All right, that one didn't have percussion, but usually he layers like all of his percussion on it. Let's find something. Fuck. Let's see. This is pretty intense. If you've ever heard of Black Jacket Sympathy. Well, he's talented dude. I don't know how I got off on him, but he's very percussion-y. But he uses a Boss looper, so he'll sit there and he'll start beating on his guitar and he'll lay out a drum track, and then he'll play a little bass track, and you have no idea because he's done. I wish I could find him doing some Prince because he's done some really cool arrangements with Prince. Dave Anderson, Prince. Let's see if I can find something. And there we go. Let's see. That looks like it might suck, but we'll check it out anyway. No, that's not going to be it. That's really sad because his son, who was playing bass in the back, super talented guitarist, OD'd and passed away 2 years ago. Some hot dope came through Huntsville. Yeah, Nick, I don't know how legit it's going to be because listening to anybody that knows anything says Jake Paul really has nothing to gain. I mean, they both got a lot of money to gain. But yeah, Tyson, people that think Tyson needs the money, his line is the most successful of any, if I'm not mistaken. His net worth, Mike Tyson, weed net worth. I'm just doing the weed. So his brand of weed made 150 million in 2023. So his company Makes $1 million a month, according to Boxing News. He's been doing it since 2016. So yeah, Mike doesn't need the money. Like, you know, back in the day, Mike was needing money in a big way. But yeah, he's making jack. His net worth isn't as high as it could be because he's had so many debts that he's still paying back to the government and stuff like that. You guys that have stores are just lucky. I mean, I visited one when I was out in Vegas a couple of years ago, or a year ago, and was blown away. Yeah, what's it called? Let me see. It's Tyson Holistic is what it's called. Let's see if let me find this website. Tyson Holistic. Because for some reason I think it's kind of like Tyson 2.0. Good God. That is amazing. About half out of G here. Donnie, none here either. You'll have them before Shane and I do. We'll be the last. Maybe we'll beat Mississippi, but I doubt it. Did you see, Rhodey, did you see that film that where Brendan Schaub and Tyson were on the same talk show? Or it was like a podcast? And Brendan Schaub was talking stuff about, you know, Tyson, you're really too old. And Tyson got up in his face and you could tell he was he kind of snapped. See if I can find that. Tyson Schaub. Tyson hates Schaub. Let's do this. All right, let's do this. I'll have to clip in. So this is a podcast that they were both on, and Brendan Schaub, I think he's a prick. But he does have I was MMA, I'm a badass. So he thinks in his mind that he could easily.
Mad, it's over. Once he gets mad.
Schaub did just about the opposite. On February 13th, 2022, Brendan Schaub, Daniel Cormier, Mike Tyson, and Brandon Marshall all sat down to live stream their Super Bowl watch party. And the entire time, Brendan Schaub deliberately went out of his way to challenge, belittle, and disrespect Shape, saying that he doesn't actually do cardio because he'd likely be out of breath from all the smoking that he does.
Yeah, on the treadmill. Treadmill.
I bet you're huffing with the feet.
And he even discredits the amount of weed Mike Tyson.
Bet straight up. You got the Bengals, right? Straight up. I like that bet.
Literally told Daniel Cormier to his face that he doesn't think Mike's the greatest heavyweight boxer of all time.
Now is Mike Tyson in this. You forget it's on the grill, and that bitch turned black. That's me. I'm done. I'm almost done.
He gets up and he just walks over there and starts eating fruit, and he just fucking hates staring.
Man, I retired 2 years ago. Almost. Never coming back. I ain't coming back. DC's special.
What? Brendan Schaub feels and stared at
you done. I want to do this with you. All right, Bubba Watson. Hey, Yuri. Yuri, we love you, brother. We're rooting for you.
And before that, I mean, the whole podcast, he'd been just kind of making jabs at him, being out of shape, how he couldn't have good cardio, doing this, that, and the other. And you could tell Tyson was getting really, really pissed. Me neither, Rhodey. I just saw it on one of the MMA channels that had that particular confrontation or whatever. It was part of the Tyson Jake build up because that was only a couple of months ago. Oh, he was a dick during the whole thing, and Tyson just wasn't hearing of it. He wasn't taking it much. See, what I think is going to happen, even if they've got a script that they're working off of, I think when Tyson gets hit, I think something in him is instinctive. I think he's going to instinctively knock Jake out. He might not mean to, but he's just going to fucking give him one of those shoulder twisting, hips pivoting uppercuts that make Jake go to tomorrow, just because he's in a situation where it's like a reflex almost. Because Jake's going to try to get some punches. Did y'all ever see that footage when Sean Strickland wore out the influencer guy named Sneeko out in Las Vegas, where they went around and like in the last 30 seconds, Sean Strickland just destroyed him? Probably gave him a brain injury. That was a snooze fest. But if you just look at Tyson now compared to then, I mean, he looks like a totally different, his build. He looks like he's much more on the game. Let's see. And we always look at this shit, but where's one that's recent? This was one day ago. Let's watch this. I'll probably get shush. Let's get to this. Let's skip that. Come on. So check this shit out. We're not going to put the sound on. The sound's what makes it good, though. Because this is coming up pretty soon, isn't it? I mean, I've watched some of Jake Paul's like highlights of fights he's won. I've never seen him fight somebody that looks like that. And there's footage of him because they used to say that this is kind of cooked because they just show short bursts, so he doesn't have the stamina. But there's somewhere on here where he put up 3-minute rounds. The dude's just a boss. I think he's the greatest fighter of all time. But I was a kid, not a kid, maybe a teenager, when he would come in when he was 19 years old. But I think it is cooked up. I mean, it's going to be, they've got a script. It's Friday, Edgy? Sweet. MC versus Neves. Hey, I'd challenge Cole for the opening card. Yeah, to me, it's just odd. I don't see how Jake, if he wins, I don't see how he can count that as a W because Tyson's so much older. And if he loses, how does he count that as a W? I guess it comes down to what the stacks are that they make. Paul, that would be a good bet. I can assure you, I would bet on myself. And I don't have the money to lose, but I wouldn't lose it. And I would go as far as to say that I could probably submit Cole in 30 to 45 seconds. And that's not because Cole's a wuss. Yeah, I think Jared's been in a lot of fights, whereas Richard probably had, and I don't know this, but might not have been in the same type of fights. That's true. That's true. Cole's tall. I mean, Cole's got the height on me, and he might have boxing skills that I don't know of. But I'll take, and I this is nothing against boxing, but I'll take grappling skills over boxing skills any day. Just because boxing skills aren't that handy when you're on your back and you're eating elbows and forearms. Who didn't Jake fight somebody that was kind of fake like that? Who was it? Who's the dude that's over in jail in Dubai? Roy Jones Jr. Yeah. Wasn't that didn't Jake fight him? Is that what y'all are talking about? And I'm just Yeah, I think he is. He was taller than me. We stayed together at Blade Show in 2022, and we're both equally thin, but I'm a good bit shorter. I'm more proportionate. Yeah, and the weird thing, Gabe, I kind of agree with you, because the weird thing is I've heard this, and keep in mind, I hear it through, and I forget the guy's name, but there are a couple of podcasts I watch on YouTube, but that this is actually going down as a sanctioned fight that's going to be on their records. That's right. That's exactly who he did it with Floyd. But this fight between Tyson and Jake is going to count on their official records, allegedly. Is that true? Yeah, Nick. That was we stayed in LJ, Georgia. There was an awesome little stream that runs back there. The only bad thing, it was about a 50-minute drive to Atlanta. But we were never in a rush to get there because we stayed there for like 4 days. So we'd wake up, do our stuff, and just go in. That is so true. And if you've ever been in a relationship, the simplest text message, depending on the mindset of the person receiving it, it can be interpreted 5 different ways. An excited text. I used to send this young lady that wasn't so young. She was my age, a little bit younger, but I'd send her a text and I'd get back just fucking rage, and it was nothing like that. But there are no nuances in text. It's gotten so depersonalized that literally, that's why I hate email. Email can be misinterpreted. I mean, I've lost tens of thousands of dollars over emails being misinterpreted when I was in corporate world. Because again, so much is dependent on what the reader's mindset is at the time. So if I'm having a bad day, just because I am, and I read an email, I might think, well, that had fucking tone to it, when the person writing it didn't intend any tone to it. And I learned that trying to be chatty in email or text, and I'm still not good at not trying to be chatty, but then it just gives more opportunity to misinterpret. Like this person, female chick who used to always go sideways, I would come back with walls of fucking text, which is not a good thing to do. But I would be like, you read that so wrong, but I'd put so much thought into it that it just gave her more to get confused by. So I learned it was best just to block her. Call it the coward's way out. Blocked. Yeah, for me, at the end of that relationship, I hang out with a very small circle of people, hang out with a cat, visit with my mom. She's old, but she's in good health. And I take care of my dad, who's got dementia. and I do the whole knife thing, and that's just I'm happy as I can be. Now I need to get back to work. But add that to it, I'll have a full life. I don't need the aggravation. 50 Cent was on a talk show, and it's one of the greatest things. And I envy, I'll qualify this with, I envy people who married their best friend, because there's a saying that the person you marry can be responsible for 90% of your happiness or 90% of your misery. Now, I don't believe that, because I think we're all responsible for our own happiness. But 50 Cent kind of nailed it when they were asking him, you've never been married, because he's allegedly celibate right now. It's on the cover of one of these magazines. That's what what's his name? Stephen Colbert was doing a talk show talking to him. And he goes, yeah. He goes, I've been celibate for, I think he said 3 or 4 years. He goes, I can focus more on my business. And he goes, yeah, is it true you've never been married? And 50 Cent says, it's true. I've never been a voluntary hostage. And Stephen Colbert kind of looked at him and he goes, what do you mean? He goes, voluntary hostage. Which, if you think about it, I know I was a voluntary hostage, but I didn't have the right situation from the start, right? So that was my fault. And I know there are very happy marriages out there, but I'm not looking for that type of companionship on the long term. I just don't think at my age I'm conducive to that, maybe. That's true, Donnie. They're here by choice, right? And what's funny is cats are also cheaters. So Tippy will go sometimes. There's somebody here that feeds her, and she'll chill and be gone for a while and come back and just sleep. And then sometime tonight, and I'll take this phone over there, but I've got this orange cat. And the only reason I know his name's Cheeto is it has a pink flea collar on it, and it's got Cheeto written in Sharpie on it, but it's this big yellow cat. And it comes and hangs out right outside my door. I've got a big storm door because I keep my door open, and it'll just look at me. And it used to be that I could just walk out and take it a little food because it likes the treats that Tippy eats. And now it wants to come in. And Tippy hates that motherfucker. I mean, hates that motherfucker. But the cat lives right up the street. But at night, I guess they let it out like overnight. If it doesn't show up in a little while, it's not out. But it was over here earlier. Nick, moms are the best. The way I look at it is, time's going by quickly. It's flying by. Edgy, I think having a healthy sex life would be fantastic, but I don't think one can exist at my age. I think there's too much mental gymnastics, control. The people that I guess would be in my pool have weaponized it. And to me, it's just like, I can remember, again, there were other issues with the person that I was involved with, but I would get anxiety attacks before I'd go over there for a date or something. It was brutal. And it was just, I even got a book, my therapist told me to, called Walking on Eggshells, because literally I felt like I was walking on eggshells. The littlest thing could set her off like that. I mean, nutso. Paul, they get so pissed. And what you'll notice is, I know Cheeto, when I go outside, Cheeto wants to piss Tippy off because they're mortal enemies. So the first thing he does, or she, comes up and rubs her scent on me. So when I come in, Tippy's like giving me the smart eye. So cats are smart in their own way. I mean, they figured it out, because there are also several strays in the neighborhood, because I keep food out on the porch and water, but they'll come up and eat, because I live kind of up towards the foothills where a lot of people drop cats off. Jeffrey, call that winning. I'm telling you, dude, it's not. I think the only way, again, this is John thought. This means nothing. I think if you're young or you wait till whenever you decide to have that relationship and get married or have an exclusive relationship, it's got to be a bond that's greater than just physical, because the physical is going to fizzle regardless. Like you say, you show me the most beautiful woman in the world, we'll find a man who's tired of fucking her. It just works that way. But you see these couples that love the same things, that have the same hobbies, that kind of grow together, and that's the trick. And I think it's a give. I don't think you just find that perfect person. I think you have to have the mindset that you want this perfect person to be forever and work at it. And a lot of times we don't realize that until it's over. But sometimes you realize when it's over that it should have never started in the first place. But then you look at the result of it, which for me was a wonderful 23-year-old little split tail, and I love her to death. Paul, Tippy's funky. She'll go through stages where she's a lap cat, where she wants to hang out, and then she'll go through 2 weeks where she wants to sleep dead across the room from me. She doesn't want anything to do with me. She doesn't bite, unlike Cheeto. The orange cats are kind of squirrely, and he's a big cat, or she. I think it's a she, but she'll jump up and scratch at me. Like if you pet her, they get overstimulated, I guess. All relationships require work, Nick. That is exactly true. But there is a disorder, and my therapist from my counseling didn't diagnose it with her. It just suggested that it sounded like this. It's borderline personality disorder. There's no working through a relationship where all the expectations are irrational. Nick, orange cats like Garfield looking cat are on a totally different level. And I'll say this about Tippy. Tippy's a small cat. And there's this gray cat. And the only reason I know it's called Yoda is the lady that used to live across the street would feed it. And it's this gray cat called Yoda. And I hadn't seen it in over a year. And I came home a couple of days ago, and Tippy was laying in the driveway. And about 7 feet away from Tippy, Yoda was laying. And they both seemed to be chilling. So later that day, Tippy came in, ate, and got on the couch. And then Yoda came up on the porch because I've got food on the porch. And Tippy ran down to the door and saw Yoda. And I didn't know any better because I saw him laying out there hanging out. And I opened the door because Tippy wanted out. Tippy's a small cat. Well, Yoda takes off down the stairs and Tippy takes off after it. They get to the street, and I mean, Tippy fucking leapt on that cat with all 4 legs, all 20 claws out, and just turned it into a fur flying ball. And Yoda finally ran off. But I mean, Tippy went nuts. And I guess that's because maybe Yoda was on the porch and she's territorial. Yeah, Jeffrey. I'll tell you, because like when Cheeto comes in, because sometimes I'll open the door like to go out and give her a little treat. And when I come back in, she's gotten where she can stick her paw in the door and hold it and then slip in, and she'll come in behind me. And she's a pretty tall cat. But I don't want to have to pick her up and walk her out, right? Because she's that kind of cat that you never know. She might just bite at you or claw at you. Donnie, I'm selectively kind of reclusive too. And I think I saw something or read something. The older you get, it's natural for your circle to kind of constrict a little bit. I think about it when I quit drinking and quit going to clubs, my circle got so much smaller. Not that I wasn't hanging around people that drink, because I can do that. I can still go to clubs. I did with the chick that I used to date, but it's just not something that I do on the regular where I used to. Yeah, you don't want to turn your back on her. Edgy, if I pass away, heaven forbid, Tippy would start feasting on me before her food ran out. She's just that kind of cat. But she is fearless. That cat went missing for 6 months. I know I've told this story before, but I'd moved out. My ex-mother-in-law had moved in, and Tippy was only an inside cat, had never been an outside cat. She's about a year old, and Melody, the ex-mother-in-law, opened the door and let her out. Well, she didn't come back, and at the time, coyotes had been getting a lot of cats in the neighborhood, and they'd always find the deceased parts of the cat. Well, Tippy never turned up, carcass or anything, but we just assumed that a coyote had gotten her. Well, about 6 months later, I was still living with my mom, and Brittany called me and said, "Hey, we found Tippy. We're on our way to pick her up." And it was about 8 miles away on Hobbs Island Road, which is down by the river. And we lived in South Huntsville, but that was an 8-mile at least truck. And I was like, "Brittany, don't get your hopes up. That's my daughter." I said, "There are a lot of black and white cats out there." And she goes, "No, I know it's Tippy. We saw the pictures on Facebook." And I said, "Well, you don't know till you get there." And sure enough, it was that damn cat. Crossed the parkway, but the way it did that, the parkway's a 8-lane highway that goes north and south. But the cats in that neighborhood, and I think the cats pretty much everywhere there's a drainage system, they like to run and live, like they get around through the drains. That's where they pop up and pop out and do shit like that. Well, the weird thing, Toyota and Tools, I don't know why anybody would steal it because it's just a black and white cat. And it had shown up at this guy's house that posted on Facebook that it was, a lost cat, they thought. And I don't know how long it had been wandering around. So it could have been picked up and escaped. I mean, every cat, Tippy's awake now, but like we found Tippy at the car lot that my ex worked at. There was like 6 of them, 6 kittens that were born there. And they were all originally or eventually getting hit by cars because they were out on university as they were getting older. And she trapped Tippy because she was feral with some tuna fish and a laundry basket. And she lived in the laundry room by herself where I'd go in there and feed her. And she would literally climb my freaking, that's scary. See, I would think if somebody was going to steal a cat, they would do it to train like a pit bull for something horrible like that. I know people do horrible things to cats, but to steal one to take it as a pet, it's possible. I mean, it's very possible. But yeah, she's back now and she's moved. I moved her into Hampton Cove when I lived out there. Then this is the 3rd house she's been in. And what I'll do is like when we move, she'll stay inside for like 2 weeks and then I'll let her out and she'll kind of figure out the neighborhood and she'll stay out. She stayed out once for, I think about 36 hours was probably the longest she stayed out. But I feel like she either got stuck in somebody's garage or she found somebody that let her come in. Like I'll let Cheeto come in sometimes. Dude, there are tons of them out there. And I'm telling you, they've all got serious, I've got serious baggage. So I'm not saying the person that I met was gorgeous, was loaded, had never been married, had an identical twin sister who had never been married. I think she was 46 when I met her. And that's red flags. No, I could never take a person's pet. I mean, I get, my heart hurts when I see a missing pet sign. Y'all hold on 1 second. I got to go take a quick leak. I'm about to blow up. So y'all hold tight. I'll be right back. All right. Y'all still there? Now's the part of the show before we go through what did we learn. We're going to fly the drone. I want to see if I can launch it and hover it right here without wrecking it. It probably won't happen, but I'm going to try it. How cool is that, huh? I've gotten dangerous with this little drone. I'm thinking about trying out for the military as a drone pilot. Tonight we learned Shane don't care for tie frame locks, big boobs. That's one thing we learned. We learned that Javon could take Cole, submit him in 45 seconds. 45 seconds max. We learned that Donnie is making killer knives. We learned that what else did we learn? We learned quite a bit of stuff. Unfortunately, I've got short-term memory loss because I'm on my second jet life. I had 2 frappuccinos and almost 2 jet lives in me. Do you like a liner better, Shane? See, I thought of, and this is why I used to argue with the spine whack on frame lock test. I always thought that a CRI, Chris Reeves integral lock, was made stronger by the way that you hold it because you're further engaging that frame into the tang. Where a liner lock, you don't have your natural grip's not putting that pressure on there. That's why I prefer a frame lock, but I know that the deployment is a little bit more tricky. For example, my buddy A to Z has a hard time deploying a lot of frame locks. And I like a liner lock. My thought is a frame lock's probably, I know CRK does. That doesn't mean that nobody wants the knife to fail. And I agree. It shouldn't fail. But I can't think of a situation using a knife, a frame lock, that it's going to be able to come out. The frame's going to be able to come out enough for that blade not to be engaged. That'd be funny if I just pushed the blade and it sliced my fingers while I'm saying that. Bless knives, that's the absolute truth. That's why you should always carry a small fixie. But people, I think spine whacking's got its place. People seem to like that content for one. I think it's a valid test. If people are gaining something from it, I don't make my decisions from it. I know I let Shane use a knife to do some reviews and it would fail the test a lot, the Kaiser October. And then it got to where it kind of worked itself in. Am I wrong, Shane, or did it keep failing? Because I remember it kind of got to a place to where it worked itself in. Yeah, Toyota and tools. That's super scary. I think it's important to know if it's going to fail or not. I think the vibration of 1, 2, 3 spine wax, anything more than one, because if you're going to whack it accidentally, you're going to whack it hopefully just once, right? I could see how, for example, on a frame lock, if I spine whack this, I've spine whacked this and it didn't fail, but if I spine whack it a bunch of times, it could vibrate that lock bar to where it comes loose. So I would think for a valid spine whack test, one good whack should be what you might encounter in the real world if you have a really unfortunate experience with your knife. I think the Shaman took the place of the Mannix 2 as my favorite. I've been carrying it and just absolutely love it. Spine whacking a splitting maul. I used to love that when I was a kid, when I was in high school. We had a fireplace, wood burning fireplace, and I'd go out and use them all and split firewood. Like just the frame up, that's when the frame liner lock fails. True. I mean, I don't look at things the same. I mean, I look at on a folding knife, a locking knife, you want it to lock. That's why it's a locking knife, but it's a convenience more so than a slip joint. I don't look for it to turn it into a frame lock. I've even got a couple of knives, like I think one's now that's a Tucson that Satu did a hollow on. It's got a little one of those screw in bars that make it a frame lock, but it really doesn't because you've got those two pieces, right? You've got a full tang frame or full tang fixie. It's going to go much better, I would think. And I would think something like the triad lock is going to be your strongest lock, but I would even think in the wrong case, depending on how the knife was made, that particular knife, I'd still rather have a fixed blade. You know, again, blessed knives, I think of when they went probably from the folders, the slip joints to like, I've got a GEC that's got a little liner lock type of locking mechanism. I think that was just another stop point, right? It's going to be harder for you to close it on your hand, but still, I think those designers were like, if you're going to use it hard, use a better tool. And I know we don't always carry better tools, but a small, like 7-inch and under, and a lot of you guys could probably carry a lot bigger fixed blade. If you find a good way to carry it, does not feel like you're adding, at least to me, because I carry it typically 90% of the times in my back pocket, my back right pocket. And I'll carry my iPhone in my back left, and I don't carry a wallet usually because I'm just using my phone for transactions. But they're really convenient to have. I enjoy them. And Toyota and tools, probably like where I used to work, even though I carried one every day, it was against our policies. I could have been dismissed for carrying a knife. And I think I do know a YouTuber who lost a job because they had a knife out in their car, I think. I don't know how the employer found out they had a channel or something. It's weird how so many people, and Scotch and Things had a great story. I don't think he's still in here, about a couple that they're real good friends with that they had dinner with last weekend, but who didn't understand why he always carried a knife. They think of them as weapons. And Scotch is like, it's a tool. You know, my granddad carried one, my dad carried one. But I think there's a lot of people that think of a knife as a weapon. They don't see the utilitarian aspect of it. Well, why don't you just use scissors at offices, for example, where I work? Well, because I don't want to use scissors. You know, scissors aren't always. Yeah, Toyota and Tools. I'm so glad they didn't have social media when I was a kid. And unfortunately for me, well, fortunately for me, because I'm kind of older and I'm not going to be looking to do something very corporate. But if people went through and watched my content, because they do, employers look at your social media. I never had a problem before, but just because of all the knife content, and they could definitely, I've said shit on live streams that I'm sure would be red flags. I don't know why. It's just because everybody's so hypersensitive about everything else. But it's, you know, it is what it is, I guess. And the more corporate of an environment you're in, the more liability you'll have for those personal things. And, you know, we were even told if requested, we would have to give access to our social media. That was something we signed off on. Or, you know, you could walk out, but that was something in our handbook. In the 10 years I was there, I know of no one who had to do that. But just the fact that I guess they don't want people talking smack about the company on social media, or they don't want somebody having some scandalous life on social media and somebody knowing that they work and putting a blemish on the company. So I see it. I get it. But I think knives are really, really misunderstood. Let's go back and let's look at my link tree again. As we talk about Rutro. Where's my link tree? I read their community standards. They don't say anything about bladed instruments. The only thing they say is weapons they don't like. And they reviewed it once and found it in violation. Now, I've got one link, Smoky Mountain Knife Works, that if their bot or whatever dug, they could find that could be a link that is violating their community standards. But I sent an email back saying, hey, I just noticed this one link when I dug into it, because I can't believe that you've yanked my tree after a year and a half. Is it this link? If I remove it, would that make it in compliance, or is it all the links? Can you just confirm or deny? And I've gotten nothing back yet, which tells me that it's all of it. And I even went in after all the other guys that I know, that because this has been happening to all the YouTube creators that use Linktree. I even went in and took out, like where I had GP knives, I took out the word knives out of everything. So GP was the only thing. Keep in mind, most of those things that are automated, that are checking content, they now go through and check links, where the link goes. So for example, if you want to run an ad campaign, like 2-4 years ago, there's this place called Bullet and Barrel that was a pew range in Huntsville, kind of a country club pew range, real nice. And you can't put that content, you can't advertise those things on the internet. It's against Google's policies. So what we did is we created an ad set, creative display ads that didn't show anything in your face, right? And it was fine for about a year. Well, then Google started, what they'll do is they'd look at the click-through. So anytime you do a digital ad, you've got a link that you want to send the customer to. So Google got smart, and their bots would go see what was being offered at wherever the advertiser was trying to advertise. because you can't advertise vapes, you can't advertise THC oil, you can't advertise fireworks, you can't advertise weapons. And the scary thing is, to me, is knives are in that gray area. That's why I think Rumble's where it's at. Although nobody's come over to hang with me on Rumble. And I will tell you this, Rumble is probably failing. It's probably about to die, or it's going to need money because their ad load is ridiculous. When I skip that ad, I'll get another ad. And when I skip that, we've got the same 3 people watching though. So I've started uploading some of my content to Rumble just because any given Sunday or Saturday or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, YouTube could say, you know, your stuff's in violation of what we consider a weapon. And I don't consider, never have. I mean, when I was a kid, I'd get some throwing stars and like nunchucks, and I didn't even consider those weapons. Those were things I would use to like for target practice. You know, it was never anything I thought I was using as a weapon. That is a great film. One of the few movies I've sat through and watched. There's several movies, and I used to be able to watch a lot more. Jeffrey, when I was in school, and you probably too, we had in PE, we would have Daisy, Red Riders. We'd have shooting classes where you'd lay in the gym and you shoot targets with BB guns to learn gun safety. You weren't shooting 22s, but they were, you know, when I went to high school, kids would have their guns on their racks in the back of their cars because before and after school, they were duck hunting or they were deer hunting, and bow and arrows. And now the thought of that is so scary. Some of the best posts I see on Instagram are 80s kids, and maybe I see those because I was an 80s teenager. I was really a 70s kid, but it'll show these kids on these Schwinn Stingrays going over ramps. These are old videos, like home movies. None of them wearing helmets. It'll show kids on big wheels doing crazy shit. It'll show kids on those merry-go-rounds that were just death spirals, metal things that used to be in playgrounds. Kids being kids. And the post will always say something like, I would love to drop one of today's kids into the 80s, right? I wonder if I could find one of those on my home screen because they're so good. And as a matter of fact, I might have one that I don't think I shared one with my mom. I don't think I ever sent her one because they're so good. And y'all probably remember it. If any of y'all have age on you, because bicycle helmets were not a thing that we knew about. I mean, we didn't know about bicycle helmets till, hell, my daughter was probably the first time I wore a bicycle helmet. Here we go. I got it right here. I found it. All right. I'm going to share it. This is awesome. This is so freaking good. The 70s kids were built different. That's how I grew up. No helmets, no cares. Go over the handlebars. You'd eat it. Every now and then you'd get stitches. Usually not. Usually you just get a nasty gash. But just failure was part of it. I mean, just balls to the wall. And kids today, big wheels were the greatest things ever. Dude, the 70s and 80s were great. Check this out. Just trying stupid shit. Asking for road rash, like begging for it. I mean, death traps. Remember jumping out of swings, getting going as high as you can, and just go flying out dodgeball? I don't know about y'all, but we were fearless. And somebody was always bleeding. You just pack it with mud. I don't know how long this is. It looks pretty damn long. That's one of those death machines I was telling you about. Here, we've already gone that way. But yeah, the 70s was where it's at. Here, we'll go one more fun one. You don't fuck with an owl. Did y'all see that? What happened? This peregrine falcon or whatever is coming to get this owl, whacked it on the head. I saw a thing the other day where these scientists had set up microphones to listen to birds of prey, to find the noise that their wings create. And owls have no sound when they fly. That's a big kitty right there. See that alligator? This is pretty badass too. Whoops, where is it? He misses and then does a U-turn like a fighter jet, stops in midair, comes back. So what did we learn, kids? Animals are cool. The 70s were cool. That's the biggest mountain lion I've ever seen. Look at the shoulders on that motherfucker.
It's going down, cause I'm around. 50 Cent, you know how I just.
The female's waiting for him, but look how big he is. Look at his paws. Yeah, that's all right. Here's something pretty gangster. This is gangster. What did we learn, folks? Birds of prey aren't always the winners. Who's going to get it? Pelican wins. Have y'all ever seen anything that gangster? And he had somebody, he had his back up. This is gangster. Watch the little black one is getting ready to put the feet down on it. That's gangster. What else we got, gangster? Let's find one more gangster. I know I've got some gangsta in here. Let me find it. Let me find it. This is gangster. Duck hunt much? Let me see that again. That's not real gangster. He's about to go get it, though. All right. Let's find one more gangster. Find one more gangster. This is pretty funny. This is gangster. Look at the look on his face. Look at the look of disappointment. I thought that was gangster. And that should be your inspiration for tomorrow, for today. Get out there and just live. Live your best life, however it works out.
$1 at the store, $2 at the gym, $4 at the airport, and $7 on a damn flight. Same water, different price tag. Why? It ain't about the water, it's about where it's at. See, when you feel like people ain't seeing your value, it ain't because you ain't worth much. It's because you in the wrong spot. Maybe you ain't around the right crowd. Maybe you stuck in a place that ain't built to recognize what you bring. So next time you feel underestimated, stop doubting your worth. Ask yourself, where am I standing? Because if a damn bottle of water can be worth $7 just by switching its location, imagine what happens when you put yourself in the right place. Stop settling. Find where your value matches your ambition. And don't waste time trying to convince people who ain't got the vision to see it. Keep it moving. Sometimes you got to leave to level up. A bottle of
50 Cent blowing some wisdom. All right, this is gangster.
Good boy.
This is
Atta
gangster.
boy. Hey, get ready.
That's gangster. That's gangster. I think this is pretty. This is not gangster. This is kind of gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But that's gangster. That's gangster right there. That's a little killer. He's about to hunt down some shit, but we've all seen that before. All right. Last gangster. That's Thug Mom. They get up there. It takes a few times. That's not the video I thought it was. All right. This is gangster. I'm telling you, don't underestimate the little ones now. So what did we learn, kids? Sweet, buddy. All right, kids. We've been on for a while. We made it 4 hours. It's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm gonna let y'all enjoy the rest of your morning. Get back to it. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Are those the little bitty ones? Are those the little ones? Hold on. Oh no. Something totally different. I will check that out. That little white kitty's fearless, dude. It's great to see you guys. Come hang out Friday night. Axial Tag. TAG. Yeah, interesting name. Tag's going to join us at about probably 9:30 to talk about what Axial's got on the horizon. Those DLC coded MagnaCut Alpines drop, and they're priced for a USA made MagnaCut knife. Let's see how much they are real quick. Let's go Axial. Go to the home page. Let's go share. We'll learn together. Okay, we got. So 7 p.m. is the drop, or 189 for a drop point in G10 and MagnaCut. If you want titanium, it's $249. So you can get a MagnaCut G10 for $189. They're nice knives, guys. Right at 6.88 inches. I kind of like the Tonto. Drop points really sweet. Keep in mind, those are not the DLC. The DLCs are going to be darker. But yeah, I'm interested to see they've got, he'll be able to talk to us a little bit about where they've been. Not that they've been necessarily hiding, but why we haven't seen a lot of stuff marketed by them, what they've been working through, maybe learn a little bit about the business lesson that they went through. But guys, do me a favor. Look out for the guy or gal to your left. Please look out for the guy or gal to your right. Look out for each other. Go forward with love in your heart. Check out Burnt Relic. I should share. Hold on a second. Let me share one more link. And there's a link to the website here as well. And I'll let them tell you who they are, but they are a community member who is now known as Burnt Relic. But guys, have a great week. Look out for each other. See y'all in live streams. Definitely be around Friday night. Hope to see you guys. Peace.
Sex, do it right. Sex.